Volume 2, Chapter 51, My People, Part 1. Ha! The morning sun streamed through the window, casting a bright light. For me, it was a time when a stifled yawn turned into a deep sigh. As mentioned earlier, magic is the power of the gods that created the world. It depends on how we utilize the mana inherent in our bodies. A theoretical class I hadn't attended in 30 years. It seems I made a mistake in dealing with the dean. I agreed to attend the class occasionally to show some conscience, but I might need to redefine what occasionally means. Even sitting through 2 hours of this was extremely boring. Swish, as soon as the first class ended, I got up from my seat. Today's lesson ends here. If I stay any longer, my mind will become foggy. The moment when I was about to leave the classroom empty-handed and without even a single textbook. Where are you going, Cyan? An unexpected voice stopped me. As I turned my eyes, I saw a red brooch, proving that the person wearing it was a member of the royal family. There is only one person who wears that emblem in this classroom. Princess Erin. She was staring at me with a displeased expression. I'm going to the restroom, I replied immediately with an expressionless face. The restroom isn't that way, is it? You're not planning to leave after attending just one class in a month, are you? Why do you, who are not even an instructor, care about that? I'm planning to use the restroom downstairs because it seems crowded on the main floor. With a facial expression unchanged, Princess Erin shot me a suspicious look. Beside her, Regressed, with a somewhat embarrassed face, was also present. Are you really just going to the restroom? Of course, I'll go to the restroom and come back to the classroom. It won't be immediate, but it might take about 2 weeks. Okay, then let's go together. I also want to use the restroom downstairs. For a moment, I wondered if I misheard. When she saved Regressed, I thought she had changed a bit, but she still acts like a child. Ah, Erin, even as a princess, you should maintain your dignity. Regressed, who was by my side, was on the verge of crying. But isn't the title a bit strange? Did you allow her to address you by name? Huh, oh right. I asked Regressed to call me by my name in private. We're all just students here. We're all the same students here. Perhaps the only person who thinks so might be you throughout this academy. Well, since it's what the princess wanted, it's not my place to say anything, but you should be careful in front of others. As you know, this isn't a very friendly place. Despite giving her advice, her dissatisfied expression did not go away. Yes, why are you still calling me princess? Weren't you talking to the casually prince set? Then you should be able to talk to me too, right? The circumstances are different, aren't they? I am a person of the empire, and you are a member of the imperial family. How dare I call the princess so casually? It was Regressed who jolted and looked surprised. Perhaps even she, initially, vehemently opposed the idea that such a thing could never happen. Princess Erin let out a small sigh. As expected, are you still the same as a year ago? Still blunt yet so naive? I'll take that as a compliment. Amidst the awkward conversation, footsteps coming down the stairs were heard. Erin, upon seeing their faces, froze for a moment. Erin, the siblings, upon seeing her, furrowed their brows, indicating recognition. Their strikingly similar faces reminded one of siblings at a glance. The black marks under their eyes, characteristic of the Nepelese family's genetics, and the royal red brooch identical to the one Erin wore. I, too, recognized their faces. The third Prince Fabian Severus and the fourth Prince Nerobian Severus of the Empire. They were the children of the current Empress and siblings of Princess Erin. They were probably about 4 years older than me, so by now, they would be around 15 years old. Adolescents with developed skeletal structures and prominent Adam's apples. To them, who grew up with each passing day, 11-year-old Princess Erin was nothing more than a bright yellow chick. The siblings looked down at her from above with amused eyes. It's been a while. Fabian, Nerobian, elder brothers. Erin raised her hand in a formal greeting and bowed slightly. Although it's natural, they are not on such good terms to exchange pleasantries or share greetings. They are princes who bear the title of Marquis Nepelese, the emperor's vassals. There was no way they could see Erin, whose origins were unclear, as someone worthy of respect. Tusk! Despite her younger brother's greeting, Prince Fabian clicked his tongue disapprovingly. Without even a glance, he passed by. On the other hand, Prince Nerobian smiled with a somewhat annoyed expression. But you've grown up a bit, saying hello without being nervous? She just lowered her head without saying a word. Although she didn't show it, she felt her insides shaking. Still, in order to maintain the princess's dignity, you even placed people by your side. Actually, who would you put next to you? For a moment, his gaze, filled with malice, froze strangely upon meeting mine. Cyan Vert, am I already that famous? It feels like every person I meet recognizes me. Do you know me? Of course, I couldn't not recognize the niece of Duke Vert, a longtime friend of royal father. I saw the duel a few days ago. Even though it was an unremarkable attribute, you defeated the Prince of Sands quite impressively. It doesn't feel much like praise. Is it because of my mood? For now, without showing any emotions, I replied, "Thank you for your kind words. Next time I host a social party, I'll make sure to invite you. Let's have a chat then." Whether it was encouragement or sarcasm, Prince Nerobian smiled. Then suddenly, he approached Erin and whispered softly in her ear, "Don't act unbecoming of a princess and do the same things." Erin, clenched fists and trembling pupils. The whisper meant for the person concerned strangely reached my ears as well. This is why having good hearing can be a problem. The fourth prince, who threw not advice but a warning, went straight down the stairs following the third prince. After the storm passed, a quiet calm descended. "Who?" As if trying to calm her heart, Princess Erin let out a deep breath. "I'm sorry, did I show any inappropriate behavior for a moment?" Were those princes just now?" Resimus asked. "Yeah, that's right. They're my elder brothers. Our relationship isn't particularly good to begin with, but they seemed especially harsh today." "What did they say?" "It's nothing. They just seem to have misunderstood something." "Misunderstanding? Well, it's not entirely wrong, but there's a saying that goes, 'Beneath a warning lies a hidden meaning of caution.'" Strictly speaking, the fourth prince was cautioning Princess Erin just now. Why? Obviously because of me. It's not for nothing that he mentioned inviting me to a social party. The fourth prince just treated me as a legitimate noble. It's amusing to say it myself, but my position is by no means light now. Already, rumors are circulating within the academy about favors bestowed upon Cyan Vert, spread far and wide. A commoner like me, endorsed by the emperor, even lives in the royal court. That pretty much sums it up. I found out about this relatively recently. Anyway, here I am, for whatever reason, sitting next to Princess Erin, so I couldn't help but be cautious. If there's any misunderstanding, it's that I'm nobody's person right now. I was just about to escape class and ended up getting caught by her, engaging in this struggle. Cyan?" There seemed to be something she wanted to say, a slight tremble in Princess Erin's lips. "Please go ahead. They say blood is thicker than water. Is that really true?" It's a somewhat random question, but I could guess the underlying meaning. I replied nonchalantly. "Generally speaking, yes. After all, blood relations are the most basic relationships in human society." "Is that so? Because, in the end, family is just that." Disappointment seemed to seep through her formal response, a sense of listlessness evident in her voice. However, when power is added to that bloodline, it can create a relationship worse than strangers. It was a kind of anecdote from experience. Because power is more brutal than blood. How she would interpret that was up to her now. I don't know what she was thinking, but she had her fists clenched with a determined look on her face. As the sun began to set in the western horizon, Brian, carrying handfuls of snacks like candies, bread, and chocolates, passed through the bustling streets of Lewin. At dusk, Brian couldn't shake off his nervousness, feeling a strange sense of pursuit amidst the crowded streets. Since the day he arrived in Lewin with Cyan, he had felt unknown eyes watching them from various corners. Whether it was because of his unique animal-like senses, one could only guess. While he might have dismissed it as mere paranoia once or twice, the continuous surveillance, particularly when he ventured out of the academy or bought groceries, couldn't be ignored. It felt like he was being watched not just by one group, but by multiple wherever he went. Perhaps it was the tracker from Velia's? Then, these observers wouldn't have stuck to him alone. They must have been monitoring Cyan as well. Considering that he was just a mediocre seed, there had to be someone targeting his owner. However, to his surprise, these surveillance instances usually vanished within a day or two. Cyan's nightly outings for exercise were the cue. Without even needing to be told, he knew his master was taking care of it. But today was different. Along with the usual group of people tailing him, he could feel another group mirroring his movements from the opposite side. It was definitely not a coincidence. The vibes felt too different. While one side seemed to be just keeping a suitable distance and observing him, the other side exuded an aura that seemed capable of killing on a whim. Maybe it was because of a significant experience in the past, but he had become accustomed to such sinister vibes. He couldn't just ignore it like usual. Swish suddenly, Brian picked up his pace and redirected his steps towards a dim alley instead of the dormitory. The pursuers didn't miss a beat and followed him. It had been nearly a month since he had been entrusted with the 11-year-old master. The time, short or long, had been filled with strange occurrences. From suspicious instructors, who came and went without a trace, to a woman who materialized freely from a sword, and even a child born from the union of a dragon and a human. Even if they were the skilled offspring of the Duke, they couldn't possibly exhibit such extraordinary abilities. To Brian, Cyan's age was merely a number. Sometimes he wondered about Cyan's true identity, and there were occasional speculations, but he never directly asked. Cyan, in turn, didn't seem to want to interrogate or hide anything from him. Eventually, he believed that Cyan trusted him enough to speak up when the time was right. He wasn't particularly intelligent. He believed that as long as he faithfully followed his current duties, it was enough as a seed. However, since the world doesn't work solely on one's intentions, ultimately, a seed's value lay in how much it could assist its master. Brian's eyes were burning with determination. At the dead end of the alley that finally emerged, Brian gently set down the luggage he was carrying and glanced towards the corner. Please come out. Chapter 52, My People, Part 2. The sky, where the bright full moon and dark night clouds coexist, signals the time for our little friends to journey into dreamland. Nana is peacefully curled up in bed, deeply asleep. In her dreams, she seems to be sucking on her fingers as if they were candies. Usually, I would have gone out for nightly chores as usual, but today, it wasn't possible. There's no nanny to watch over this sleeping little one. That's right. Brian is nowhere to be found in this dormitory. Every day, it was routine for him to go out for Nana's snacks and return around dusk. However, today, he hasn't returned even as the sun sets and the moon rises. Could he have been abducted by some strange fellows? Why are you like this, like an amateur? As if reading my thoughts, Karam appears by Nana's side. You've been dealing with those crows around lately, haven't you? If something happened to that kid, it's likely they're doing right? Karam seems quite amused and intrigued by the current situation. Those crows, or more accurately, the Watchers. From the day Brian and I arrived in Lewin and unpacked, unfamiliar Watchers attached themselves to me. While it might have taken them some time to tail us, their presence immediately after our arrival indicated premeditation. In other words, it wasn't the work of the Duchess, who had ordered my death. Rather, the Duchess has surprisingly shown no reaction so far. Perhaps because of her nature, the moment she realized that she had done something wrong, she started spending her days worrying and not knowing when she would be found out. Well, actually, the culprit was already predictable from the moment I knew there was a Watcher. So, without wasting time on guessing, I caught them and killed them that day. Although she had a very strong mental education and her mouth was quite heavy, she could not withstand the cruel temptation of torture. Feeling the pain of having their fingers cut off one after another, they eventually confessed everything. But it's strange. Kellen Diego, the name, which was more familiar than welcoming, appeared unexpectedly. Kellen Diego. Officially, he's listed as a knight under Velia's, but he wouldn't actually be serving in the Knight's Corps. He'd most likely be sticking close to that guy in the mansion, taking care of all sorts of dirty work. However, in the current circumstances, there's still been no contact between us. That means it wasn't Kellen's unilateral decision to send Watchers after me. Ultimately, it was the whim of some shadowy figure above him. So, my job was simple: kill anyone who came, one by one. No news is good news. For them, every scrap of information is valuable. Lack of information only amplifies their anxiety. When the flow of information ceases, eventually the one who's got himself into trouble will come knocking. That's why I made sure to identify and kill all the additional Watchers who came each night, effectively cutting off the flow of information to Velia's. In the end, Kellen himself would come looking for me. That's what I want too. But this is a bit strange. Kellen is not the type to take uncertain gambles under the suspicion of some shadowy figure. He is not the type of person who would commit such a harsh act as ambushing the people around me just because the information that should be sent about me continues to be cut off. This was especially inevitable at the academy, where eyes were everywhere. You know, right? In addition to the original ones, one more side has joined recently. Anyway, isn't our owner really great too? How could someone be so popular that they can die in my name? Is this sword like a diehard fan? With a scoffing laugh, my gaze shifts towards Nana, who's peacefully sleeping. She seems deeply asleep, so she probably won't wake up anytime soon. Still, it would be troublesome if she woke up without a guardian, so I need to hurry back as soon as possible. After tucking Karam into my arms, I immediately head outside. The area around the royal palace is heavily guarded by knights from various countries, not just the academy. So, even if they're exceptional watchers, residing in this area would be unrealistic. I decided to move away from the vicinity of the dormitory. Squeak in the quiet surroundings, the chirping of birds is faintly heard. But there's not even a hint of surveillance. Usually, by the time we leave the academy, crows would gather, but today there's no sign of them. I continue to move forward as my feet lead me. Eventually, I reach the shopping district in front of the academy. While there might be places with lights on, none of the doors are open. The usual bustle seems to have intensified with loneliness. But it's strange, isn't it? Although there's not a single human scent, why is the smell of blood so vivid? My body naturally gravitated towards where the familiar smell emanates from. Finally, I reached a dead-end alley. There seems to be no need to search for the source of the smell. Spread around in a gruesome pattern are fresh bloodstains, as if spilled just now. Ah! I involuntarily let out a deep sigh. Do we really need to speculate on the situation? Isn't the answer quite obvious? Karam's gaze isn't on the bloodstains, but on something else around them. Candies, bread, chocolates, and snacks that the kid would like, scattered messily on the rough ground, abandoned without an owner. What could this be? The situation fits too perfectly, leaving no room for speculation. These items, without a doubt, were bought by Brian. So, whose blood is this? It's undoubtedly Brian's blood. The problem is, why were his snacks found in such a remote place? Brian wasn't dragged here by someone. He came here voluntarily. He probably sensed it too, the recent increase in unusual crows around me. So he lured them here. Whether he wanted to kill them himself or wanted to use some secret weapon, I don't know, but it's quite interesting. Seems like even he, with his appearance, has some sense of danger or something like a crisis of consciousness. There's a threat to me. It's so absurd, I'm speechless. You got really good seeds, right? He literally gave his all. Isn't it difficult to find such seeds somewhere? It might sound sarcastic, but Karam seemed quite impressed. To her, I quietly asked, "Do you know Karam?" I've never kept a seed in this life or the previous. That means I've never seen someone live for me. What I thought I had to protect was only him. So, I thought about it. A life committed to me. Then wouldn't it be good to have people made for me too? Having my own seed, who can give everything for me, I thought it was quite nice. Why are you suddenly confessing? Karam raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback. Although he may lack abilities and qualities, Brian is undoubtedly my first seed and my person. But seeing him in crisis because of some ordinary people. How do you think that makes me feel? To this question of mine, Karam replied with a wry smile. If you ask me with those eyes, I guess there's only one answer I can give, right? My eyes? Honestly, I don't know what kind of eyes I have right now. This kind of emotion is actually new to me. It's the first time someone who vowed to give everything for me is in trouble. It's really very frustrating to put into words. Are you going to kill them? And in a very painful way. The sinister soul of the demonic sword smiled coldly at me. Even if you touch me, it won't be any good, so how dare you touch my people, whom I have harvested with my own hands? Uncontrollable rage rose from within me. Whack! With a violent sound of impact, the groans of those bastards echoed throughout the space. What kind of crazy lunatic hides his vocal cords under a rock? Despite the merciless beating, Brian merely shook around like a limp doll. To be honest, he felt like saying something, but after being hit randomly and then directly in the throat, no words came out. They continued to threaten and assault him, oblivious to that fact, so for Brian, it was like being crazy inside and out. His entire body was already battered from the consecutive beatings. As a result of the repeated beatings, the bones in his entire body have already been broken apart for a long time now. Even if his voice returned now, it would be uncertain if he could speak due to the intense pain. I should have just informed the master without being arrogant. During the beatings, he must have thought this hundreds of times. Honestly, this is almost as good as being openly lured, isn't it? Couldn't they have at least had a conversation? He had made demands for them to speak up, but who would have known they would rush in without any room for dialogue? This fellow is impossible, absolutely uncooperative, the torturer declared defeat. A man who had been sitting quietly in a chair approached Brian. Huff, huff. Brian could barely manage heavy breaths. They said you were the only guardian knight. I thought you'd be someone impressive, but you've brought along someone who can't even hold a conversation. The voice wasn't that of a burly adult, but rather of a thin, youthful boy. Brian slowly lifted his head to look at the owner of the voice. With deep crimson hair and flawless, unblemished skin, the boy looked to be the same age as Cyan. He smirked menacingly at Brian and asked, "Do you know why you're in this state right now?" What friction could there have been between strangers? Naturally, Cyan and trouble seemed to be intertwined. When one encounters an incompetent master, those beneath often suffer. Isn't that a fitting description? Oh, by the way, you probably don't even know what your master did, do you? The boy spoke with a sunny smile. You see, I hate being preached to or looked down upon. Every time I feel that way, I want to destroy everything around me. When I lose control, no one can stop me. Not even my father. The boy's tone gradually became more deranged. But your master touched me, didn't he? Cyan Vert. He looked at Barrett Louismill with eyes of disdain. Him, with the fifth princess of the worthless empire. It was the most overwhelming sense of humiliation I've ever felt. Do you think he can get away with doing that to me? Absolutely not. His eyes, tainted with madness, suddenly grew cold. Soon, he made a face that I couldn't tell if he was smiling or crying and whispered quietly. Do you want me to tell you what I will do with you? First, we will cut off your entire body from head to toe and wrap it carefully, like a surprise gift. Then I'll send it straight to your owner. So what kind of expression will he make when he receives my gift? He would be worried because he wouldn't know why something like this was sent. He will live each day trembling, consumed by fear and dread. Then I will enjoy watching it. And when the moment comes when that fear reaches its peak, he and the princess will be killed. Brian recalled Cyan's words from time to time. Truly despicable. Beyond despicable, even pitiable. Honestly, he didn't know what humiliation Cyan had inflicted on him, but he knew better than anyone else what would happen if he touched Cyan wrongly. Who did what to whom? One thing was certain. Even if he died here today, they would likely experience greater agony than him. With a sense of resignation, Brian closed his eyes. Perhaps his life had already ended near the vicinity of Velia's, so he could accept his death here rather calmly. Just a bit disappointing, that's all. He had thought he would serve his lord for a lifetime. Wouldn't it have been better if he had been a bit more helpful? That was particularly regrettable. But what could he do? After all, they would soon knock on death's door together. Quack! Cruel cries of agony echoed in his ears. The screams didn't stop. They continued to burst out one after another. Hey! It felt strangely familiar. The moment Brian opened his eyes again and slowly raised his head, a familiar man in front of him asked him softly, "What are you doing?" Chapter 53, My People, Part 3. His eyes stained with blood and his vision blurred, Brian could discern a familiar yet unfamiliar presence. He even began to doubt his own eyes. Jet black hair darker than the night, indifferent eyes that cut straight through, a stern aura contrasting with a youthful face. There was only one person Brian knew who embodied such a combination. Master, the lord whom he had sworn to devote everything to, Cyan Vert, stood before him. As his eyes flickered open, moments away from collapse. What are you doing? Although Brian felt he should respond to the question, his injured throat refused to cooperate. Quack! Meanwhile, agonizing screams tore through the air. The mercenaries who had just been beating and torturing Brian were now inflicting pain on themselves, clutching their severed body parts. Ignoring the chaos, Cyan gently caressed Brian's neck. Your vocal cords are injured. No wonder you can't speak. Were you beaten to the point where you couldn't even speak, or is it that you couldn't speak because you were beaten? Though Brian wanted to say it was the latter, it seemed impossible in his current state. Did you think I wouldn't notice the crows lurking around? If you didn't want to end up in a tough spot, you should have just rushed in. You pledged to devote everything to me, but here you are, offering your neck in a desolate place. Are you truly my seed? It was a situation of unspoken words rather than eloquent ones. Despite the ongoing scolding, there was a strange sense of relief mixed with joy. Suddenly, Brian grinned widely at Cyan. Taken aback, Cyan let out a small sigh. All right. What more can I say to someone who's been thoroughly beaten? You don't seem to be at death's door yet. Just sleep until this situation resolves. Cyan lightly stroked Brian's blood-stained face. With just a fleeting touch, Brian began to feel drowsy, his eyelids growing heavy. Though cries for help echoed around him, he didn't feel inclined to pay attention. Before long, Brian slipped into a deep slumber, oblivious to everything around him. An apple tree is known by its fruit from the outset. Isn't that how the saying goes? I'm not particularly fond of old sayings, but this one truly resonates with me as a profound truth. What's that? Who's doing what to whom and how? The idea that such words could come from the mouth of an 11-year-old child is quite perplexing, to say the least. Is it because they're just sprouting, or because they're young, that we cut them some slack? Such leniency should be reserved for knights. Sprouts become trees in no time, just as rascals grow into villains in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it's crucial to nurture those sprouts properly to ensure they grow straight. What's going on? Why are you doing this to me? The baffled Barrett shouted as he sank to the ground. To an observer, it might seem like a severe interrogation was underway. However, Barrett's limbs were unscathed, indicating that Brian hadn't laid a finger on him. Don't come any closer. Stay back. With each step forward, the F-seeker retreated desperately. Well, it seems there's been a misunderstanding, Master Cyan. I wasn't trying to harm your knight. I was interrogating him because he seemed suspicious. I heard he was planning to kill you, so? The change in demeanor brought to mind someone from a valley, but I wasn't about to entertain such nonsense for long. As Barrett continued to retreat, I casually stepped on his left foot. Crunch, a satisfying sound like a snapping twig echoed. Quack! In agony from his broken bones, Barrett screamed loudly. I stooped down slightly, meeting his gaze. What are you going to do to me? His eyes burned with a simmering hatred. Do you think you'll get away with doing this to me? I'm Barrett Louismil. No one can stop me when I'm angry. What I'm feeling now is only a fraction of the pain. It seemed my words didn't make much sense. If I asked a question, shouldn't I listen to the answer instead of rambling? I gently grasped one of Barrett's hands. What are you doing? It felt rough and coarse, with traces of scars. It was hard to imagine such hands belonging to a nobleman. Perhaps people might mistake them for the calluses of labor or training. But these weren't the scars of hard work. They were scars from self-inflicted acts of violence, not from blows received but from acts of cruelty towards others, even from a young age. It looks like you've been squeezed quite tightly. In other words, the marks of beatings. They weren't received but self-inflicted, indicating a propensity for violence from a very young age. It's not a promising sign for future growth. Didn't you say when you have an incompetent master, the underlings suffer? Well, it seems like a valid point. I don't have much else to say. Ultimately, Brian suffered because of my negligence. But when you think about it, isn't that incredibly unfair? The underlings suffer because of an incompetent master, but the master himself doesn't take any responsibility. You're no exception, are you? Look at these bodies strewn around. They're the followers who just bid farewell to this world, all because of an incompetent master. They didn't get to see a good end, all because of one useless brat. What are you saying? I brought down Karam from my arms onto him with full force. Barrett's body flailed like a fish lifted out of water. If you're willing to inflict pain on others, you should be prepared to receive it in return. The pain I'm inflicting is almost mercy, not really pain at all. I haven't truly inflicted pain on him yet. I grabbed his head and forced him to meet my gaze. I might be unlucky, or I might just be bad luck. Whatever you say behind my back, I don't care. After all, it's just the self-consciousness of the incompetent. But why did you touch him? Ugh, Barrett cried, tears without an answer. If you didn't want to see such a sight, you should have negotiated with me. Why did you touch him? I was wrong, Master Cyan. From now on, I won't even breathe near you. Please spare my life." Barrett, who was shouting just a moment ago, was now groveling pitifully. "What a weakling. Is this the same guy who was just roaring?" Karam commented casually from the side. "I agree. Still, he is the guy who gritted his teeth and confronted me before. That's why it's important to nurture the sprouts, right? But I don't trust those who only speak." I briefly set Karam down and made a swift motion. His eyes shook as if he foresaw his own future. What are you trying to do?" Gradually, a dark orb of concentrated mana appeared in one of my hands. "We didn't finish last time, did we? It's a game of exchanging mana orbs. Where's the fun in that? You could really die if you mess up. Don't worry, inserting mana orbs won't kill you. You should be grateful that I consider you a nobleman. Not that it matters, but I'd find it annoying if your death inconvenienced me. However, you'll feel more than just death. So remember this well. If you or any of your ilk catch my eye again, you won't be forgiven so easily. Remember my words until you're old and gray. If you don't want to die a more painful death later on." Without hesitation, I shoved the orb into his mouth. "Arg!" The sound of agonizing screams echoed through the lonely forest. Barrett thrashed around like a fish out of water. This isn't torture, it's nothing like that. Even if he tries to vomit out the mana, it'll only bring more pain. Once the mana starts spreading properly, he won't have the strength to resist. Having finished my business, I turned away without a trace of regret. The sprouts have been taken care of. If they show signs of crooked growth in the future, I'll uproot and burn them to ashes, leaving nothing behind. As consciousness returned, Brian's head throbbed and rang. "He's awake." With a whimper, Brian opened his eyes briefly, and the owner of the sweet voice let out a short cheer. "Did you sleep well, Brian?" A cute little tail swayed gently back and forth. The owner of the tail sat on the bed, watching him with innocent eyes. "Nana!" Brian blinked rapidly, scanning his surroundings in a hurry. The warm morning sun seeped through the window into the peaceful dormitory. As he touched the throbbing pain in his head, he noticed the white bandages wrapped around it. "I heard. Nana said you went to buy snacks and tripped over a rock, fainting. Brian, you're such a complete fool. Papa found you lying on the street and brought you here." She stroked Brian's wounds with an innocent face. Who would get such severe injuries from tripping over a rock? Brian made a puzzled expression as he tried to recall the events of the previous day. He remembered being in the middle of the forest, where the scent of blood lingered. He was being beaten and tortured by Barrett's group when Cyan appeared, and he lost consciousness immediately. "What about? Lord Cyan?" Creak. Cyan entered the room frighteningly quietly. "Are you awake?" His expression was as nonchalant as usual, yet Brian felt a strange sense of relief at his appearance. "Go eat, Nana." "Okay, got it, Papa." At the mention of food, Nana dashed out of the room. Now only Cyan and Brian remained in the room. "Are you all right? That's none of your concern, is it?" Brian chuckled awkwardly and scratched his face. Perhaps it would be better to ask the mirror such questions. "I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have interfered without knowing the situation. I've caused trouble for you." Cyan crossed his arms. "I don't really want to say anything about me stepping in, you know. But did you really think you could handle them with your own strength?" Brian shook his head vigorously. "To be honest, I had no intention of fighting. From the moment they started following me, I realized how aggressive they were, so I tried to run away as soon as I could. But I didn't expect them to charge at me without any warning. So, in other words, you knew from the beginning that they approached you with ill intentions?" "Yes." Cyan's cold gaze weighed heavily on Brian. Even though he didn't say anything, Brian could feel how lowly he thought of himself. "In other words, you couldn't even defend yourself, even though you pledged to sacrifice everything for your master. Once your injuries heal, remember that the training will start immediately." Cyan took something out of his embrace and handed it to Brian before getting up from his seat. "Where are you going?" "To drink." As always, Cyan left for somewhere unknown. Brian, left alone, looked at the item exchanged between him and Cyan with his puffy eyes. Despite its short length, it felt quite sturdy. A dagger with a significant weight to it. Carefully drawing it from its sheath, Brian felt the coldness emanating from the sharp, double-edged blade. Chapter 54, My People, Part 4. There's a saying that the culprit often returns to the scene, usually to tidy up after committing the deed. Just to clarify, I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just returning to the scene to finish what I started. Of course, it would be troublesome if I unexpectedly encounter my adversaries at the scene. Actually, even if the person I expect shows up, it would still be inconvenient. The cold, icy stare conveyed a chilling coldness. Our leader, today your face seems as heavy as a soaked cotton ball. Explain. In her brief question, her negative emotions were palpable. Last night, the scene of the bloodbath was as pristine as if time had reversed. Moreover, in front of the leader, there was another familiar face. I said without much concern, "His name is Kellen Diego. He is a formal knight of Velia's, the leader of the surveillance team sent to monitor me all this time." Kellen lay on the ground, silent, with his eyes and mouth shut. Naturally, the cleanup of the scene was done by Silica, the Lord, and the members of Mist. It was not just cleaning up. Somehow, even though Barrett's group was dealt with first, they were just the latecomers. The crows that persistently kept an eye on me were also there. I remember there were 5 of them at the time, but now there's only one in front of me. The rest seem to have flown beyond the horizon. I've been quietly watching as you handle things on your own, but it seems you've made quite a few enemies in your hometown. I had no allies to begin with. If there were any, it would be Emily or Alice at best. What about Barrett? I left him alive for now. I left him in front of the infirmary. He's probably been found by the healers who were planning to clean the courtyard by now. Not killing him was considerate. If I had tried to kill him, you would have rushed to stop me. She didn't try to deny it. Regardless of how much of a trash he is, he still holds the status of nobility. The position is fundamentally different from students like Resimus who come from commoner backgrounds. If emotions had prevailed and I had tried to kill him, not only would the academy be in an uproar, but also the relations between nations would become very ambiguous. To exaggerate a bit, the peace that had lasted for 100 years on the continent could have been broken. Of course, I'm not such a foolish person to make such irrational judgments. Although I briefly considered killing him in a moment of excitement, I brought more than deathly pain instead, so there shouldn't be any need to worry. Your abilities are truly admirable the more I see. Your strength surpasses even Mist's assassins, your eloquence is enough to negotiate with the resolute Kundal, and your mental fortitude in handling the demonic sword. You're showing the best you can as a successor. Who could be pleased with praise from such cruel eyes? Either way, she continued speaking with a dry face. I'm not particularly interested in what happened in your hometown and how you grew up. Honestly, if I say I'm not curious, it would be a lie, but still, I won't ask. The same goes for Lord Eru. Sometimes, not knowing is more helpful to oneself and to those around. An assassin's duty is simply to pursue the target in front of them, without being swayed by sinister emotions or backgrounds. She would understand this principle better than anyone. However, if this kind of thing continues to happen, it'll be troublesome. Both Barrett and the crows here, those who are wary of your actions and find them suspicious, will continue to appear in the future. Won't it become quite annoying for you? I agree. However, that doesn't mean you should continue to oversee the cleanup. I should handle what I've done on my own. Even with my unyielding stance, she sighed. I wish you could understand the concern of a teacher. It's good to punish those who harm your seed, but such aggressive methods within the academy will eventually become a crisis for you. Then, not only you but those around you will be in danger. Can't we avoid that? As a successor, whatever means necessary, we will protect you. Whatever means necessary to protect. I wonder why that firm person, in my past life, sent me away from the organization so coolly when I said I would leave. It's something I'd like to ask again, but it's a question I won't get an answer to anyway. I shrugged and said, punishment is an act of providing negative stimulus to induce positive development in the target. However, what I've done isn't punishment. It's a kind of warning to crush them if they dare to crawl further after receiving negative stimulus. Why would I bother to induce positive development in those scum? I don't even hope for redemption. I just want them to disappear from my sight like dead mice. Jealousy toward me? It's just the entitlement of those incompetent ones. I don't care about such gossip. But if something happens that touches my people, not me, I felt it clearly this time. Then, I'll find them all and crush them. That's the way I want to live. As I promised during my meeting with Eru, I must correct what I should have done but couldn't in this life. Didn't he sometimes say to look around? I feel like I know to some extent what that idiot god is saying. The leader in front of me and the other members are the same. They are all within my fence, within my scope. I will never abandon those who are willing to sacrifice their lives for me because of the problems caused by me, as long as they don't stab me in the back. Perhaps touched by my firm resolve, the leader's upright gaze softened slightly. I hope we don't have to run around so busily. I'll do my best, I responded with a small smile to her modest smile. My task seems to be done. Leave this crow behind and go. From what I see, there seems to be no need to kill it. Leaving an unintended gift? Behind, the leader left the place. As she left, a black mist rose from the embrace, frighteningly. Pointless showing off. It was Karam, whose eyes were downcast as if she was displeased with something. What else could be bothering you? If I speak, will you understand? Fine. Then what should we do with him? Karam asked, looking at Kellen lying in front of him. He was motionless, like a dead body. Oh, wake up, you idiot. I can hear the thumping of your heart all the way over here. Don't pretend to be unconscious. I know you're awake. As I removed the mist and gag covering his eyes, his sweaty face was revealed. So, you're Cyan Vert. Since it was our first encounter in this life, such a reaction was expected. What on earth? Who are you? Why does the youngest son of the Verts have such power? They're clearly followers of the Black Mist. I didn't untie you to answer those questions. I'll give you 5 seconds. Think carefully about what you should say in this situation. He answered in just 1 second. Do you want me to provide an answer to what you desire? Unfortunately, my mouth isn't so light. I'd rather you kill me right here. Firm indeed. This guy is truly rigid. Even I, who was once obsessed with that devil, feel a bit of reverence for his toughness. Yet he's quite foolish. Unable to distinguish shit from soybean paste, he's a foolish man who thinks his beliefs are the best in the world. Does he resemble me? Well, he might. But I don't feel an ounce of sympathy for him, because he was the first person to try to kill me. Out of jealousy and envy, thinking I was unnecessary for the family, he, the first perpetrator, tried to assassinate me, so I killed him with my own hands. I've seen everything you've done. It felt like I was seeing a demon, not a person. Perhaps he realized your true nature sooner than you think. Your existence will not only ruin the Verts but will also cause great harm to him. The him here is undoubtedly referring to his master, right? Yeah, he's already afraid of me, a kid who's still blue. How absurd. I said without expression, if I untie you now, what will you do? I will return to Velia's and report everything about you to my lord. No threat or coercion will work, even if you use oath magic on me. I'd rather bite my tongue and die right here. Sure about that, so Ashel will keep using you. Don't speak his name so casually. I'll give you some advice. That won't last long. His glaring eyes are so threatening, they make you want to pull them out. If he trusted you so much, there's no way he'd let you die. That's for me to say. What nonsense? I don't know anything about that. Even rolling in a pigsty is better than this anyway. Let's just prolong your life a little more for my sake. Make better use of you. I gathered a large amount of mana within my body. It seems you don't understand my words. Whatever you do, I won't change. I never said I'd change you. I'll just make something new. A significantly larger amount of mana than before coalesced in my hand. What is this power? What are you trying to do? Consider it an honor. I'm going to use high-level magic, which I find bothersome to use for the likes of you. As the clouds that obscured the sun parted, hidden shadows began to appear. I gathered the mana in my hand and struck Kellen's shadow. Creation. Shadow personality. Boom. With the spell, a jet-black light shot out from my hand where it touched the shadow, and the condensed mana transferred directly into Kellen's body through the shadow. Accepting it, Kellen wore an expression like a soulless husk. Phew, it's exhausting to do this again after a long time. 9th grade dark attribute magic, shadow personality. A spell that creates a new personality from the shadow, which is said to contain a second soul of a human, and bestows it upon the target's body. It was the highest grade magic that I had only used once in my past life. After briefly holding onto my dizzy mind, I looked at Kellen again and asked, do you understand who you are? I am Kellen Diego, a legitimate guardian knight of Velia's, tasked with surveilling Sir Cyan. I have come to Lewin. His tone was much more dignified. Who do you serve? After a moment's hesitation, Kellen replied, I was originally serving Ashel, the eldest son of the Verts. But I have no desire to continue. Instead, I wish to serve Sir Cyan, who created me, as my new master. Please accept me." His face was full of determination, as always. Chapter 55. Link. Part 1. Hey up, sweat dripped profusely, and the powerful strikes resounded loudly. This was the Academy's renowned endurance training ground, where students honed their physical and swordsmanship skills, and where personal training from Guardian Knights took place. Given the Academy's emphasis on mental and physical training, the facilities for individual student training were top-notch. Naturally, I wasn't here for my own training. I came to train our zealous young seedling. Brian, having completed the target number, collapsed on the floor. "I've done it, sir." Rest for 30 seconds and then move on to the next exercise. Though his expression suggested he'd rather be killed, he couldn't bring himself to say it. With tears in his eyes, Brian assumed the push-up position and began his exercise. "Struggling? No, I'm fine." For a moment, sincerity escaped his lips. "If it gets too tough, speak up now. Even if you need me to run errands for snacks." "Oh no, sir. You've given me this chance and I'll see it through." With determination, Brian resumed his training with powerful strikes. No matter what you begin, the basics are always important. Since endurance is the most fundamental aspect of any physical activity, it must be developed before one can train in swordsmanship or martial arts. It seems he wasn't officially knighted at Velia's, but he must have had some level of endurance, whether from the estates or elsewhere. If it were just simple endurance training, it could be done within the dormitories. As someone who prefers to avoid crowded places as much as possible, it would have been more convenient for me. So, the only reason I brought Brian all the way here was to let him see. Direct training is good, but observing others train is also very helpful. Throughout the Academy, not only students, but also their guardian knights and knights affiliated with the Academy could be seen training tirelessly. Of course, it wouldn't be of much use to me, but it would serve as a great textbook for our Brian. "Heth, Aak Huguk." Whether he knew my thoughts or not, Brian, with veins bulging and teeth gritted, let out incomprehensible groans. "Cyan." Amidst this, my head turned involuntarily to the familiar voice calling me. Princess Erin, wearing quite a welcoming smile, was approaching me. "Seeing you here. Came to train with the Guardian Knights?" "Ah, yes, something like that. I was here solely for Brian's training, after all. Is the princess here for endurance training too?" "Yeah. I come for endurance and swordsmanship training with Resimus every weekend. I've learned a lot from him." Behind the princess were Resimus and 5 other Guardian Knights. It felt like there were more of them than usual. "Seems like there are more knights." Well, I suppose. I've been feeling like I should be cautious lately because of recent events." At the mention of recent events, Resimus, who was standing behind, flinched. "It's nothing much, really. It's about the recent incident involving the discovery of Barrett Louismill, a new student at the Academy, found in front of the infirmary in the early hours of the morning. One of his ankles was broken, and he sustained serious injuries all over his body. The despairing result was that he might find it difficult to generate mana properly in the future. They kept pressing him to reveal who did it, but he refused to speak. Well, not that he couldn't, but he wouldn't. While it's not exactly commendable, I see it as him doing quite well. As long as he keeps his mouth shut like that, there won't be any need for confrontation with me, at least. Who could it have been? They weren't particularly good people, but still, to mess with a member of a high-ranking noble family within the Academy. That's right. I wonder who the wicked friend is. I suddenly feel like I want to see their face. Is it because my ears are itching? Anyway, Cyan, you should be careful too. You never know what might happen to a person. I'll keep that in mind. I'm not sure who's worried about whom, but for now, I'll take it as a decent hint. Well, at least I have to acknowledge her strong will. I heard she even excels in those tedious theory classes. Training endurance without a break even on weekends is definitely not easy. I don't know if she still harbors the thought of making me her person, but if she continues to grow like this, the chances of her hearing the dreaded, exiled princess epithet will diminish, at least if she establishes her own faction properly. "Es, sir?" Out of the blue, Brian called me with a voice as tense as a mosquito's buzzing. Upon hearing that sound, I turned my head, only to find him sweating profusely, looking like he was about to defecate himself. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" "Teetha, Over there, right now. Brian's anxious gaze was directed somewhere beyond the training ground. Intrigued, I turned my head too, and then, what's this? Did I see wrong? Beyond the waterway surrounding the endurance training ground, standing on the grassy field surrounded by bushes, there was a familiar figure. It's strange. It feels like I've been hit on the head with a hammer. It's a feeling I haven't experienced in a long time. Why? Why is that? Why is the little brat who should be taking a nap in his room standing there? Boldly roaming around the academy in the magic training hoodie provided by the academy, it's the cheeky little brat. The moment I saw those sparkling pure eyes, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was Nana. Erin had been visiting the training ground without fail every weekend since the academy started. During that time, she had continued training with Regressed, achieving significant improvement and striving to further develop herself without arrogance, all for the sake of Cyan Vert. Yet, he revealed himself in a training ground where they had never met before. Despite being in the same grade, they rarely had moments like this, as he seldom attended classes. Since it was a rare encounter, Erin thought she'd like to spend more time with Cyan. Summoning her courage, she spoke up. Would you like to train with us if it's okay? I think it would help us improve more positively if you join us. However, Cyan didn't even spare a glance at Erin. Seeing his rare expression of embarrassment, Erin titled her head. Cyan, I apologize, Your Highness. Something urgent has come up, so I'll leave first. Abruptly, Cyan and his guardian knight left the training ground. In the blink of an eye, Erin couldn't say a word for about 10 seconds. Erin, are you okay? Regressed approached cautiously and asked. Erin's face turned bright red. What? He just left while I was talking. Am I not even worth considering? With her previous emotions vanishing into thin air, Erin's jealousy and anger toward Cyan exploded. Really unlucky? How great do you think you are? Fine, I don't want to train with you either. No matter how much she vented her anger, the person in question had already left. Erin stomped her foot into the empty air, but at the same time, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. It seems I still have a long way to go. Was she still lacking in his eyes? Despite her daily efforts to keep the promise made a year ago and improve herself, the fact that the person in question still showed no interest drained her spirit. Let's start training, Regressed. Suddenly resolute, Erin began to loosen up her body. When your mind is cluttered, make your body suffer to forget. As she removed her outerwear and stretched her arms forward, her body froze. Her body, which had been flexing its muscles, stopped. Her eyes are clear and bright, as if they contain morning dew. It was as if she was looking at a curious fairy in the forest. A child, 4 or 5 years old maybe. A young girl who seemed to have just started speaking stood before her. Wrapped in a red magical cloak, her tiny body was dragging on the ground. The child was also staring intently at Erin's face. She was definitely not visible when Cyan left just a moment ago. Forgetting her intention to train, Erin bent down and matched her eye level with the girl. Hey, how did you get here? The child just tilted his head in silence. Why is there such a young child at the academy? Maybe she's not a child from the city, or perhaps she's a child of someone from the academy. Regressed and the other knights were also surprised. They were astonished by the child, but they couldn't deny her overwhelming cuteness, with her pink hair tucked under the hood, making anyone want to hug her. Can you tell me your name? My name is Erin. When asked for her name, the child's mouth, which had been tightly shut, opened wide. Nana. The name Nana was easy to pronounce and adorable. Nana, what a cute name. How did you get here? I came to find Papa. So, she was a lost child looking for her family. Seems like you lost your parents. Are you a guardian's child? There's a high possibility. It's not uncommon for family members of officials to visit. Considering the circumstances of most officials who live in the academy, visits from their families were common. Erin and Regressed naturally thought that Nana was one of those visitors. Do you want to come with me? There are many delicious things in my room. I'll make sure to find Nana's parents. Okay. Nana smiled brightly and grabbed Erin's hand. Erin's face turned red again. Setting aside thoughts about Cyan and growth for a moment, Erin took Nana and headed to her dormitory. The door was locked as securely as when I left. I had even set up a small magical barrier just in case, so practically, it was impossible to open the door and leave. However, through the billowing curtains, I could see the wide-open window. Yes, it had been about a month since our little one came out, and now she was walking, talking, and even flying. Moreover, this was from a second-story height. Her growth rate was so rapid that it was endlessly joyful. From the point where I found Nana, I searched about 200 million in radius, but there was no sign of where she disappeared. Perhaps, driven by instinct, she returned to the dormitory, but all that remained was an amazing escape scene. Could someone have found her and taken her? Who found her? If so, it would escalate to the worst-case scenario from that moment. Fortunately, when she was first found, she was wearing a magical cloak I had thrown anywhere. If nobody removed it or it didn't fly away in the wind, she would still look like an ordinary little child. However, it wouldn't last long. If any part of her that was concealed came to light, she might not know, but incredibly annoying things would come my way. Now that it had come to this, there was no time to delay. Closing my eyes softly, I immediately cast the spell of Mist Secret. Mist fourth form. Life detection? With the spell, mist seeped out from between my clothes and penetrated my eyes. It was a secret technique that used the power of mist to detect life in the surrounding area, but it didn't necessarily only detect life. Since Nana was a mix of human and dragon, she surely possessed the essence of the dragon as well. Since she probably hadn't gone far yet, if I started from the dormitory and gradually expanded the detection area. For a moment, when I opened my eyes, the surrounding mist suddenly disappeared. What? Why are you there? Did you find her? Follow me, Brian. I rushed out with Brian, heading to the third floor of the royal palace. I knew who lived there, but I had never been there. Going up the stairs and stepping onto the corridor, I saw 3 unfamiliar faces at the end. Nana, smiling brightly, and 2 women holding her hand. I must be going crazy. They must have also spotted me as they looked at me with surprise. Cyan, Chapter 56, Link, Part 2. The royal palace consists of a total of 6 floors. My room is located on the far left on the 2nd floor. Currently, Brian and I are on the 3rd floor corridor, facing to the right. If someone were to ask who lives there, I could say it's a princess from a certain empire whom I encountered at the physical training ground a while ago. Yes, that's not the issue, but, Papa, why on earth are you there? Nana, who spotted me, screamed with joy and ran down the corridor. Papa? At the mention of Papa, the 2 women looked puzzled. I really hoped that word wouldn't be used. I quickly checked Nana's condition as she rushed towards me. A neatly draped cloak, folded wings, even a cleverly hidden tail inside her clothes. To anyone, she looked like a typical child with no abnormalities. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I've already passed the stage of misfortune. At least, it didn't seem like she revealed her dragon form. I quickly signaled Brian, who was next to me. Brian received the signal and lifted Nana, who was rushing towards him, into his arms. Now, Nana, let's go back to the room. Why? I still want to play more. Holding Nana, he lowered his head to the princess and quickly descended the stairs. I approached the 2 women as if nothing had happened. Princess Erin also approached without waiting, looking somewhat annoyed at Nana being taken away abruptly. What are you doing, Cyan? Why did you suddenly take the child who was having a good time? Could it be your child? But, Cyan, you were called Papa by her. Is that possible? She is my cousin. Resimus, who came running along, also asked me. But when she saw Cyan, she called you Papa? It's just a nickname. She easily calls anyone Papa besides me. Considering I'm an 11-year-old, isn't it strange for them to think I'm her father? They're around the same age, and they might not have a proper awareness in that regard yet. Maybe I'm overthinking. I shook my head inwardly to dismiss these unnecessary thoughts. Cousin? Yes, my cousin. Her family had something to do in the capital, so I was taking care of her for a while. Could you tell me where you found her? WL. Shortly after you left the training ground, she appeared in front of us. She said she was looking for her papa, so we thought she might be a child who lost her family and were taking care of her. Did this little one already learn teleportation magic or something? Well, anyway, it seemed she hadn't come into contact with anyone else. Based on their reactions, it seemed they hadn't seen her dragon form either. All right, anyway, I'm glad she found her family. I didn't expect her to be Cyan's family. It seems like you really like the child, contrary to what I thought. Nana mentioned that you find her very pretty and take good care of her. I thought she was talking about her father, but maybe she was talking about you, Cyan. What are you talking about? Nana praised you a lot. She said you are very pretty and take good care of her. I thought when she said Papa, she was talking about her father, but maybe she was talking about you, Cyan. I mean, really. I just took care of her as best as I could. Then, when is the child, Nana, leaving? She's leaving today. Actually, I was getting ready for that. Could she feel a bit sad about leaving? I could see a hint of regret in her eyes. Is that so? It's a bit disappointing that she's leaving without saying goodbye. Can I at least say my last farewell? If I didn't even let her say goodbye to my cousin, surrounded by guards, it might raise more suspicions. Well, showing her face briefly and then disappearing should be enough. Thinking that, I was about to answer when, Papa! Suddenly, a sweet voice echoed from under the stairs. In an instant, my eyes flashed towards the bottom of the stairs. What appeared first in the turned gaze was the bright red wings peeking out from the cloak. With arms outstretched, the audacious little one was running towards me, or rather, flying towards me. From then on, Brian's face showed all kinds of desperation as he desperately rushed towards us. Without even a moment to consider a course of action, Nana's sunny face soon buried itself in my arms. And at that moment, almost as if a ghost in the wind, Nana's hood, which had been covering her head, slipped off gently. Swish, two adorable horns peeked out amidst her light pink hair. It was a body part that should never be there on a human. I quickly raised my hand and, with swift movements as if to sever a target's neck, covered Nana's head with her hood again. Eventually, Brian, out of breath, came back up to the third floor and said, I am sorry, young master. Nana suddenly said she was going to see you and ran out. At this moment, Brian's words weren't particularly important. What matters is how many people saw this sight that should not have happened and should not have been seen. I glanced upwards, and Princess Erin and Resimus were there. Even if a dead body suddenly rose up, they probably wouldn't make such expressions. Their wide eyes and gaping mouths seemed frozen in time, refusing to close. 4 people, silent in a flow of stillness. Meanwhile, Nana, seemingly oblivious to the problem, blinked her eyes brightly. So. This child has nothing to do with Cyan and was simply found before coming to the academy, right? Yes. Honestly, until just now, I had no idea she would wake up. I replied with a solemn expression. I find it more and more fascinating as I look at her. A mix of dragon and human, she looks no different from us in every other way. Same room, same furniture, same structure. But this wasn't my room. It was the room at the far end of the 3rd floor of the royal palace. It was where the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire lived with an honored noble of common birth. I had to enter for the sake of explanation, but I never imagined entering her room like this. In the midst of this, Brian, looking like a mannequin, maintained a tense posture with a nervous face. Well, it's understandable to be nervous as a commoner entering the room of a royal family member. But nobody cared about Brian's nervousness. Erin and Resimus still looked incredulous, gazing at Nana's ears and tail with curious eyes. Nana, in the meantime, seemed exhausted and lay down on the sofa, dozing off. So, you're raising this child, Nana, in Cyan's room? Yes, well, sort of. She's an ownerless child, and it's spacious enough for her to be alone, so I'm raising her with my knight. No wonder you've been absent from class. It was to take care of Nana, wasn't it? Well, it wasn't necessarily for that reason, but it wouldn't hurt to think positively. Such a pitiful child. With a touch of sympathy, Erin gently stroked Nana's sleeping head. Neither dragon nor human. She doesn't belong to either side, does she? She won't be accepted by anyone. Was Erin projecting her own situation onto Nana? Even without explanation, Princess Erin seemed to have already anticipated the tragedies Nana would face in the future. Truly, Cyan is doing a good deed. Well, I'm not sure if I'd call it a good deed. I just did what I wanted to do. How others judge it is up to them. Cyan, you don't want anyone else to know about this child, do you? Yes, there's nothing good that could come from her being known. All right, then I won't mention Nana's existence to anyone on the princess's name. Right, Resimus? Of course, Your Highness, I have no reason to tell anyone. After a brief pause, Erin asked quietly, Are you being sincere? Of course. It's too sad for someone to become unhappy just because of their existence. I don't want Nana to be unhappy. Did she genuinely get attached even just a little bit during that moment? It didn't seem like she was lying. She wasn't a woman with hidden motives, either. But instead, can I occasionally visit your room? Yes. I thought I misheard for a moment and asked again. Don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions. I just want to see Nana's face from time to time. Her neatly clasped hands and blushing face resembled that of an innocent girl seeking permission. Well, if it's just that, it shouldn't be a problem. I sighed softly and said, but please refrain from frequent visits. The fact that the princess enters another noble's room will be viewed in a negative light by others. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. She smiled brightly as she looked at Nana, who was sleeping peacefully. Watching that smile, I couldn't help but wonder what kind of woman she really was. Cyan, after finishing the conversation, returned to his room with Nana. The sun outside had already set beyond the western sky. The sun has already set. I guess I'll have to train in the room today. Resimus, who had been silently observing Aaron's face, smiled and asked, Are you feeling good? Huh, do I look like it? Aaron, feeling a little embarrassed, touched her reddened face. Your face is full of smiles. Did you enjoy talking to Cyan? Resimus had noticed Aaron's feelings towards Cyan for quite some time now. What are you talking about? It's not like that, Resimus. Ironically, the person herself seemed unaware. Just, since we've formed a small connection, I think it's nice. A secret link known only to them. Sharing that with Cyan made it feel like the invisible wall between them had slightly crumbled. I wonder if we're getting closer. Aaron silently hoped for their distance to shrink even further. What? Did something funny like that happen while I was sleeping? Fun, my foot. Thank goodness I didn't have to scour the entire academy. You're quite commendable, kiddo. Already eating, sleeping, and now escaping. Is it because she takes after you that she's growing up so fast? That dad part, she couldn't possibly be talking about me, right? But you seem too obvious about the price of keeping her mouth shut. Does that little princess really intend to come to your room just to see this little one? Why not mention something enticing like acquiring a demonic sword together? Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Kerem flashed a mischievous smile as if nothing were wrong. But anyway, you know you got lucky, right? This kid is going to keep growing every day. That means more chances for her true nature to be revealed. I know. With Nana's rapid growth rate already exceeding my expectations, it was only a matter of time before her uniqueness spread beyond the royal palace. How should I handle her? Does she understand my complicated feelings or not? Nana was completely engrossed in the snacks Brian brought. How about taking her for a walk at times like this? Brian suggested to me, seeing my distress. A walk? It might be stressful for Nana to stay indoors all the time. Instead of that, how about taking her outside during everyone's sleeping hours for a little sightseeing? I stared at Brian's face for a moment. Why? Why are you saying that? Don't smart kids like you figure it out at times like this? Oh, Brian scratched his head as if he didn't understand a thing. Chapter 57, Link, Part 3. On a misty night sky, a silver-haired man soaring through the dark heavens suddenly looked down below. Why is that, Lord Lucian? A red-haired woman following him asked. There's a foul smell. He abruptly halted his flight and began surveying the vast plains spread out beneath his feet. Where are we right now? Though we're a bit off, it seems we're near the outskirts of Lewin, where the Royal Academy is situated. The Royal Academy? The man stroked his chin, maintaining a discerning gaze toward the plain. Did you sense something unpleasant? Unpleasant? Well, I can't exactly say this is a feeling of mere unease. A hint of discomfort could be discerned in the man's faint smile. In his face, there was an unsettling vibe from some unfamiliar, yet distinctly repulsive sensation lingering in his memory. It's a sensation I, as a dragon living in this world, cannot tolerate, even to encounter. A sentiment seemed to gradually emerge within the man's heart, indicating that he couldn't just leave this place regarding that sensation, as if it was something he couldn't simply overlook. I must postpone my return for a while. A splendid aura emanated from his fully spread silver wings. In contrast to the brilliance that beautifully illuminated the dark night sky, the man's eyes were filled with an indiscernible murderous intent, one that couldn't be understood. Papa, standing tall on the vast plain, Nana waved her hand towards me. It's so wide here. Except for us, there's nobody else, right? Nana's so excited. Seemingly to release built-up stress, Nana spread her wings and flew around in all directions. Hey, wait, Nana, that area might be dangerous. Brian followed behind, anxiously trying to keep up. They seemed to be having a good time. A secluded plain, about 10 km away from Lewin. Upon Brian's suggestion to show Nana around, we ventured here with them in the dead of night. Since Lewin was situated at the border of the Three Kingdoms, the vicinity of the city had been a battleground for centuries. Thus, it meant the land had been devoid of human presence. Here, there would be no problem even if Nana ran, flew, and even transformed into a dragon. "You are a very merciful father, right?" Karam, who materialized, said sarcastically. Karam, now manifested, sneered. She lay comfortably on the grass, supporting her head with one hand, observing them. At this point, denying the title of father seems impossible. "Why don't you create a mother for her while you're at it? The young princess would be perfect, wouldn't she? She'd probably agree, right?" What nonsense! I shivered at the thought of it being implausible. Trying to deny it. "Didn't you say that even the room you live in now was given by the emperor? Don't you know what that means? It might not be long before." There was much I could say, but I felt no urge to respond directly to that question, so I maintained silence. Instead, I chuckled and continued the conversation. "Do you know what I've realized in my past lives, Karam?" "Why, planning to confess again?" Karam replied with a seductive smile. "No matter how hard I try to live peacefully, it seems I can't. This peaceful time we have now is just a brief respite. I guarantee it won't last long." "Of course, it won't last long. You surely didn't think of living peacefully, even with someone like me, did you? For the sake of my fair skin, you should at least show me the taste of blood regularly. Otherwise, I'll—" Boom, whoa. Mana of white radiance flashed in the sky for a moment. Then it descended to the ground, surrounding the area as if to prevent anyone from leaving. "See, I told you it wouldn't last long, didn't I?" Thunk, ouch! Nana, who had been frolicking around, bumped into something and fell backward. "Are you okay, Nana?" Brian hurriedly approached and gently stroked her head. Nana, with a bewildered expression, seemed to be fascinated by the colorless barrier in front of her. What is this?" "It's a containment barrier. And not just any, it possesses tremendous magical power. I won't venture to evaluate it, but this isn't something an ordinary apprentice mage would possess. At the very least, it's on par with the magical power of a grand magus like Kundal. Moreover, the eerie aura emanating from within the barrier. It's definitely not something a human would possess." Humming beneath the colorless walls enveloping them, an unknown reddish hue flickered. It was a boundary that not only prevented entry from the outside, but also blocked us inside, unable to escape. "Brian, bring Nana over here." "Yes." Brian hurriedly brought Nana towards me. Thud, as if a grand entity had appeared, thunder roared through the black sky. Swish, perhaps feeling the fear, Nana, who had approached cautiously, wrapped her arms around one of my legs. She's trembling. It's not from the thunder, but from sensing the ominous aura within that raging storm. It's the unsettling presence lurking within that thunderous chaos that's causing her fear. I silently stroked Nana's head as the lightning struck down at the center of the containment barrier with vibrations. A white smoke rose, accompanied by a familiar energy within it. It's the energy only those of the lineage of the gods can emit, known as divine energy. It's a force not typically associated with benevolent beings, more akin to creatures of a sinister nature. Disgusting? The entity within the smoke spat out words of disdain from the moment of its appearance. A figure over 2 meters tall, with gleaming silver locks and a horn protruding from the center of his forehead. Behind him, large wings exuded abundant divine energy, folding inward slowly. A dragon. Not like Nana, a half-breed, but a pure-blooded dragon of ancient lineage, far beyond the growth stage demonic dragon encountered in the Lemia Valley. Behind him stood a female dragon emitting a similar aura. They were both dragons. The silver dragon furrowed his brows as he caught sight of Nana hiding behind my leg. So that's it, the source of the foul odor? That. In an instant, anger surged within me along with a crackling sound. Dragonoids? The offspring of dragons and humans? How can such abominations exist in this world? The bitch behind him took it a step further, openly referring to Nana as an abomination. When something is beyond comprehension, the mind tends to momentarily freeze. That's exactly the state I found myself in. "Are you the master of that half-breed human?" I didn't feel like dignifying the question with a response, so I simply pierced them with my gaze. Seemingly discomforted by my stare, the dragoness spat out words of hostility. "How dare you, a lowly human subject, glare at us? In response, the silver-haired dragon raised her hand to dissuade her. You're half-hearted, but your energy is also unusual. Human? His gaze passed me and went to Karam next to me. Right, I thought I could sense an unusual energy in the foul smell, but it turned out to be none other than a demonic sword. At this, a pleasant groan came out of Karam's mouth. Oh, I guess my popularity hasn't died yet. There are still people who recognize me. How can I even get an autograph? Stop joking. You're trying to match me in that you possess the power of a god but have been reduced to a mere servant of a lesser human being. Or are you still not awake enough to judge the situation? It only took a moment for her face to distort. Do you want to die? Where are these insolent beings coming from all of a sudden? Shall I rip out that tongue of yours? Or should I block your mouth with it? Who do you think you're speaking to in such an insolent manner? A fierce roar accompanied by a strong gust of wind surged forth. Unmoved, I continued to stare at their faces relentlessly. You've been silent from the start, human. I suppose merely seeing noble beings like us with your own eyes must be an honor for creatures like you. Becoming momentarily dumbfounded isn't unreasonable for your kind. The nonsensical words no longer elicited even a chuckle. However, rest assured, human, we have no interest in creatures as lowly as you. But that half-breed seems to be of interest to me. Though considered abominations, hybrids of dragon and human blood. It's worth considering for research. If you hand her over, I'll personally spare your lives. Shut your mouth. A chilling silence spread, and the atmosphere became intensely turbulent. My gaze remained fixed on the silver dragon. What did you just say? I said shut your mouth. Are your big ears just for show? If you don't want your mouth torn apart, shut up, punk. Dragons, like humans, also have their minds pause when things become too absurd. The dragon seemed at a loss for words, his pupils trembling. Ha ha ha! A maniacal laughter resonated through the barrier. The aggressiveness towards me emanated from his gaze once again. This is why inferior creatures like you shouldn't exist. Unable to even judge the given situation, inviting unhappiness upon yourselves. As the figure reached out his hand, a considerable amount of mana condensed. First, I'll pluck out those disgusting eyes of yours. Squeeze. As he clenched his hand tightly, the condensed mana rushed towards me. However, nothing changed. My gaze remained fixed on him, and nothing around me, including myself, was affected. Only a black spherical aura formed around my feet. A containment barrier? The silver dragon's forehead furrowed like a valley. Did you just deploy another barrier within mine? I'm not in a state to kindly answer such questions right now. Why? Because what was just trembling a moment ago, our little one, now had a face on the verge of tears, trembling in fear. I've seen that expression many times before. Regardless of age or gender, all the humans I've killed have always shown faces consumed by fear and terror at the end. But now this little one instead is showing the exact same expression, feeling the fear of death because of beings like me, not because of me. Brian. Yes, my lord. I just cover my eyes and stay back. Keep her away from me at all costs. I will heed your command, my lord. Brian removed his cloak and wrapped Nana in it. Nana quietly accepted Brian's touch, and until the moment she left my side, her trembling did not cease. What are you? Even if you possess the demonic sword, how can a mere human wield such power within my barrier? Ignoring the words of the silver dragon, I closed my eyes quietly. A brief moment of peace. During this short time of respite, I exhaled the breath I had been holding and quietly uttered. Shadow Ninth Form, Manifestation of the Demonic Sword. Chapter 58, Link, Part 4. The amalgamation of the demonic sword and Cyan was no longer human in appearance. It was a black mist itself, a semblance of artificial nature, not of primordial origin but crafted by him. It emitted a negative aura that evoked various emotions just by being observed. Lucian, is that power? It's the power of an exile chased from the divine realm. Lucian Calanus Aaron Morlian Charlotte, a pure-blooded silver dragon untouched by crossbreeding. He gazed at the transformed Cyan with great interest. I see. You also have some belief in it, so it seems it's showing those disgusting fangs. Cyan remained silent, confidently striding out of the containment barrier he had created. However tough the vessel might be, it cannot contain overflowing torrents. Even if you possess the infinite power of a god, there are limits to what a fragile human body can handle. As I've said before, understanding one's limits is crucial for creatures like you, primitive beings. With an odd smile, Lucian concentrated the mana he manifested in his hand. Crackle like colliding electricity, a strong spark ignited. The condensed mana gradually took shape, transforming into the form of a long spear. You should consider it an honor to see my radiant spear, human. Push yourself to your limits wherever possible. Perhaps if you please me, you too will become a subject of my research like that half-breed. You're talking too much. At a speed leaving no room for response, Cyan, in the form of black mist, swiftly approached Lucian and delivered a rapid strike. Clang! It was as if instinct rather than intellect blocked the blow. Lucian, who barely managed to block the sword with his raised spear, did not exhibit the same composure as before. What kind of movement is this? Swoosh, the scarlet blade slid down the shaft of the spear, and in that moment, Cyan's body rotated dynamically, delivering an attack twice, if not thrice as fast as the previous strike. Clang, 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 clang. Rather than counterattack, Lucian was forced into a defensive stance. Even the slightest distraction could lead to the grim sword piercing his noble body. Desperate, Lucian had to block it at all costs. How dare you challenge a mere human? As Lucian's anger manifested divine energy, a blue magic circle appeared above Cyan's head, along with lightning bolts. Zap! Cyan swiftly retreated after deflecting the sword. In its place, white lightning struck, and the ground beneath charred black. Erg! Thinking he bought some time, Lucian looked back at Cyan, but between 0 and 1 seconds. In a breathless moment, the eyes, brighter than blood, full of murderous rage, once again gazed down at Lucian from close range. At that moment, Lucian thought there was no way to avoid this attack. Lucian, bam. A transparent, colorless barrier clashed with the crimson demonic sword. It was a protective shield formed by the fusion of divine power and mana, a dragon's innate defense that even ordinary humans couldn't breach. See, Cadelina, step back and regroup. I'll handle this insignificant human. Having blocked the blow, the red dragon spread her large wings, emanating the power of her noble lineage. Ha! Thunk. As her mana spread through the barrier, Cyan, unable to withstand the shockwave, was repelled. Step back, Cadelina. He's not an opponent you can face. Don't worry, Lucian. This insignificant human won't penetrate my barrier. In a moment, she saw it. In the space illuminated by Lucian's lightning, within the brilliance filling the dragon's vast vision, she saw the black mist of ignorance. In that darkness, she met the scarlet gaze, and fear overwhelmed her entire being. Her hands holding the barrier began to tremble. Cyan addressed her with a whisper. Dance of blades. Scattering of 8 petals. With each blade dance, the floating sword performed acrobatics. Its speed was unmatched even by the dragon's senses. Before she could react, 8 sword slashes were drawn. Unable to cope, she could do nothing as the blades pierced through her barrier and into her body. Zap! Kaya! Cadelina's body, shattered into 8 pieces, scattered in all directions. Thick blood gushed, staining the black mist crimson. Lucian observed it all. The racing heart, the frantic blood flow. The emotion he felt could be summed up in one word: fear. The greatest race on earth, descended from the blood of gods, was in fear of the insignificant humans. What the hell are you? Lucian's words no longer contained arrogance. Just a question. He just wanted to know how on earth the being in front of him was showing such strange power. The hands holding the spear were trembling endlessly. A red-haired dragon that has been torn to pieces to the extent that its original appearance is no longer known. Was your name Cardalina or something? Next time you are born, I hope you don't say or do anything ugly or anything like that when you first meet people. My gaze naturally turned to the target I was originally aiming for. Doubt, denial, vigilance, and the fear that encompasses all of those emotions. The supreme race, heirs to the divine blood, feared a mere human. How amusing. Drip a trickle of blood ran down his cheek, perhaps grazed by the lightning moments ago. This scent, you've tasted the blood of a demonic dragon from the Lemia Valley? A keen sense of smell indeed. I didn't bother to respond. But that alone doesn't explain it. You may have drunk the blood of the demonic dragon and inherited the divine, but you're not another god, are you? A god of the black mist, an exile, yet you exhibit such power. Tell me, just who are you? Isn't it about time you shut that mouth of yours? Karam, who couldn't bear it anymore, interjected. I agreed with Karam on that point. Always demanding explanations whenever something incomprehensible happens, charging in like an enraged bull demanding answers. They seemed to lack any sense of dignity. I approached the silver-haired old dragon without a word, grabbing Karam and turning him around slowly. Sometimes, you have to experience and endure things firsthand to understand. That's true not only for humans, but also for dragons. Look at the face of the one who was so arrogant and mocking earlier. Look at how all that bravado vanished from his face. His comrade threw herself to protect him, only to be torn apart. Even if he shed blood and tears and rushed in, it wouldn't be enough. Yet, he still arrogantly runs his mouth. To such a contemptible fellow, I have nothing to say. All right, since you have no intention of talking till the end. Fine, I'll personally cut off your head and plunder every memory from that hollow brain of yours. All of this is your own doing. A massive magic circle formed beneath his feet, accompanied by an enormous amount of mana and divine energy. He wasn't trying to cast high-level magic. He simply wanted to abandon his feeble imitation of humans and return to his true form. Whoosh, as a fierce gust swept through, the dense mist around dispersed. Within the magic circle, the silver dragon, now gradually reverting to his true form, stood. How others perceived him didn't matter. Right now, he was the most vulnerable he'd been throughout all his displays. No defense whatsoever, just waiting to be struck down. Would I marvel, wow, a dragon transforming before my eyes? Or something similar? Wherever I heard it, I remember the rule. During transformation, it's customary not to attack. Wasn't there some sort of etiquette in battle? If we follow that logic, do I have to tolerate and observe this guy's ridiculous transformation? Is there any need for that? I'm an assassin. I simply assess the best angle and dive in to kill, regardless of courtesy or formality. That's the bare minimum rule for an assassin. It should apply to that bastard over there as well. As mist enveloped Karam, I propelled forward. Ever seen the root of a tree? All plants rely on roots buried in the soil, spreading out to support the stem. From small sprouts to towering trees with thousands of leaves, they grow. Even the tiny tendrils of external roots grow into countless roots over time. Such a rich network of roots, unsure of where to go or how far they'll extend. This small strike I'm about to deliver to his colossal body will become the root of a resilient tree, enduring through countless ages, eventually becoming the core of the forest. Dance of blades, resilient trees' roots, slice. At the moment, the dragon fully manifested. Leaping lightly from the ground, I plunged Karam right into his center. Sizzle, the fog surrounded by the sword penetrated into the creature's body, splitting into hundreds of paths and spreading throughout the body, like the roots of a tree. What did you do to me? It's nice to have an exciting transformation, but now it's time to leave. I looked into his eyes and smiled softly. In your next life, be born with flexibility rather than nobility. Quack, the guy responded with a bloody scream. As mist engulfed him and pierced through his body like hundreds of branches spreading out, I separated his massive body with cracks, scattering him into pieces. Thud, thud, I killed him. 2 of the supreme dragons of the earth, each in just 5 minutes. The torn and shredded dragon's corpse scattered in all directions. This situation might not fit the following phrase, but why does this scene seem like a feast of victory? Brian? Yes, my lord. To him, who rushed over briskly, I handed him a suitable piece of flesh. Blood was dripping from it. My lord W, what's this for? Eat it. Maybe he misunderstood, as his eyes widened as if they were about to burst. It's a delicacy of life that you won't have a chance to taste again if you don't eat it now. There's no better healthy food to strengthen your body, so if possible, pour as much as you can into your stomach. As I spoke, I too picked up a piece of flesh and swallowed it along with the blood inside. A sensation spread deeply within my body, the sacred dragon's energy filling me up. He might have been a bit foolish, but indeed, the blood of the earth's mightiest race is different. Beside me, Karam shook her head as if she were fed up. Papa, is it tasty? Can I have some too? Somehow, an energized Nana approached me and said, You can't. Go back and I'll give you something else. Eat it. No. I want to taste it too. I want to eat it. Stubborn kid. No matter how she insists, I don't want to make her a cannibal. I gently held Nana back as she ran towards the corpse. It was amusing to see her whine and fidget, unable to go forward. Chapter 59, Link, Part 5. A small shield-sized, brilliant magic stone. Surrounding the magic stone were sages draped in blue robes. Currently, there were hardly any among them who wore normal expressions. More were standing than sitting. Most had eyes widened in shock and mouths agape, merely staring at the face of the informant who had come to deliver news. What? What are you saying? Lord Lucian and Lady Caedlina are missing. I am conveying exactly that. Since the last manifestation of their power near Lewin, their presence has completely vanished. The informant spoke with a calm tone, as if he had already anticipated the reaction of the sages, but he himself couldn't comprehend the current situation. The disappearance of the dragons, the supreme race of the land. Though termed as missing, it was practically tantamount to extinction since there was no trace of their presence left on this land. The two artifacts, both losing their light, were evidence of that. As you can see, both of these dragon stones have lost their light. When they handed over these artifacts to us initially, they clearly stated that when the light of these stones disappears, they would cease to exist in this world. Of course, such a thing would never happen, and they were simply commanded to follow our instructions verbatim. Although the dragons who spoke and the sages who listened had never anticipated such an event. Lu, you said it was near Lewin, right? Have you been to the place where their energy was last manifested? Investigators searched in every possible way, even using detection magic, but only a series of battle traces were found, and nothing else was found. Even small things like blood stains or scales. The more they heard, the more absurd it was. While everyone is making blank faces, unable to accept reality, a middle-aged man sitting closest to the rainbow-colored magic stone was watching the current situation with a very serious expression. It was Regins Rainriver, the head of the Garum Kingdom's Magic Society and one of the few people on the continent who holds the title of Great Sage. All the eyes of the wise men turned to him at the brief sigh that came out along with the wind from his nose. Regins' gaze was directed to the faded dragon stone. It was near Lewin, right? If there were traces of a battle, then Lucian and Caedlina would have perished in that battle, wouldn't they? Why, yes. However, Lord Lucian and Lady Caedlina possessed power equivalent to 8th rank. Assigning titles to the deceased serves no purpose. There's no need to elevate them further. Regins raised his hand, halting the respect for the dragons. But we should consider the battle more carefully. If not even a drop of blood was found, perhaps the individual who killed those two dragons erased traces with magic. But, Lord Regins, as you know, the magic proficiency of the investigators is not low. Most were at least 7th rank or higher. If they couldn't detect anything with their detection magic, wouldn't the perpetrator need to be at least 8th rank or higher? Likely a dark attribute user. Specialized in concealment and deception rather than combat-oriented magic. If indeed traces were erased by magic, the caster's magical prowess would need to be far superior to that of the investigators. He killed a dragon instead of anything else, but if he really did that, it wouldn't be at the level of the investigators. Regins remarked as if it wasn't particularly surprising. Even so, dark attribute. Even among the highly ranked magicians known to the public, dark attribute users were exceedingly rare. In fact, the likelihood of possessing a dark attribute and ascending to high ranks was slim. However, Regins seemed fixated on the dark attribute, repeatedly muttering the word to himself while tapping his desk with his fingers. Lewin was where the Royal Academy is located, right? Once again, he mentioned nothing other than the Academy. Yes, however, the only person capable of killing Lucian and Caedlina would be Chancellor Kundal, but his attribute is not dark. There's no guarantee it must be the Chancellor. The specialty of dark attribute is concealment, so perhaps a highly ranked dark attribute user with hidden power could be harbored there. It's worth investigating. Expand the investigation range to include the Academy. Yes, Lord Regins. As the instructed investigator left, Regins closed his eyes. Everyone in the chamber remained silent, watching him. Until he opened his eyes and spoke again, no one dared to break the silence. Sometimes, it seems like we're in the midst of chaos, just like in the old days, even though it was said that occasionally trouble may arise. Though his tone was composed, it carried an underlying sense of discomfort. What about finding a new traitor? We are currently scouring the entire continent for a capable traitor, but it may take some time to find someone as competent and resourceful as Zykerman Albas. What about investigating alternatives for the supply of demonic blood? We're looking into that in all directions, but it seems difficult to secure additional supply unless we can infiltrate new suppliers into the front lines. Most of the blood diverted by ignorant suppliers to the black market has already been recovered. Regions sighed deeply again. Do you all think that everything that has happened so far is just a coincidence? A collective gulp was heard from those present. Reynold Crimson, who supplied demonic blood, was assassinated on the front lines. And Zykerman Albas, who provided us with research materials and human test subjects for years, was also assassinated out of the blue. And now, Lucian and Cadelina, the two dragons who have contributed the most to our society, have vanished. Could all of these events really be just coincidences? Region's eyes showed a mixture of anger and doubt. I don't believe so. There must be some connection to the misfortunes befalling us. Until we understand and address it, the progress of our magic society will be hindered. It was more of an intuition than evidence. However, the other sages couldn't help but think that there must be some correlation between these series of events. But as of now, they had no way of knowing, and it was frustrating. Rising from his seat, Regions warned the sages seated at the table. So, everyone needs to brace themselves. It seems like there's an ominous change happening on this continent. We must overcome it to move towards a brighter future. With that, Regions disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the glowing emblem of the society engraved on his robe. Hey, how is it? Delicious? Yeah, it's really delicious. Snacks from Sister Erin are the best. Nana's face was radiant as if she didn't need heaven. Her cheeks were filled with snacks brought by Princess Erin. They seemed to be having a great time, just like two affectionate young sisters. Actually, I am the one who gave permission to her to come see Nana, so I am at a loss to say anything. It feels strange, though. It's the first time I've brought a stranger into my room. It's not like I've stacked up corpses or anything, and there's no reason to prevent them from coming in. But the fact that a stranger who isn't my seed has entered is not particularly pleasant. Clunk clunk still, Brian, considering the guest valuable, quietly set up a table in front of the sofa and boiled some tea. Sweat was dripping down his tense face as if it were raining. He's really doing what he wasn't asked to do. Never mind the tea, Erin, seeing Brian's appearance, asked me, is it really just Brian, no other knights? As you can see, yes. Actually, he wasn't even supposed to be here. Surprising, isn't it? I thought you might bring the maid from the mansion. Her name was Emily, right? She remembered her name surprisingly well. Well, it's not surprising if a maid with that kind of presence is missed. I didn't want to bring her, a mere maid, to the academy. I had no desire to resort to tricks either. I thought it would be better for her to stay in Velia's than to come to the academy with me. Erin, it's time for your classical literature class. Oh, is it already that time? Resimus, checking the clock, informed us that class time was approaching. Upon which Princess Erin hastily tidied up her belongings and began to prepare to leave. Well, now it'll quiet down a bit. Once those two are gone, maybe I can relax and do some exercise. Erin suddenly stood up and was staring directly at my face. Is there something you want to say? Why are you like that? Her unexpected question caught me off guard. Don't you have class to attend? We have the same class. Sigh deep inside, I let out a sigh. Is the princess deliberately doing this? Nana, I'm going to class with Papa. Play nicely with Brian until then. Yeah, have a good time, Erin sis. My opinion didn't matter anymore. With Nana's cheerful face waving goodbye, my body was already outside the dormitory. Surely you weren't planning to skip class again? While taking care of Nana is important, the primary duty of a student is to attend class. If you keep skipping and end up failing, won't that be a problem, Cyan? She really is considerate. I just turned my gaze slightly and contemplated slipping away. At that moment, a familiar figure approached. It was Krantz. He spotted me, hesitated for a moment, then quickly turned and left. There was no mistaking it. I had instructed him to do just that. He was to disappear as soon as he saw me. Wasn't he your brother just now? Yes, but we're not that close. I cut off any further conversation. Moving on, as I arrived at the main building, I encountered another familiar face at the end of the hallway. It was Barrett Luixmil, supported by knights and bowing with one leg raised. His arrogant face remained unchanged. HMPH! Upon spotting me, he screamed and ordered the knights to carry him away before fleeing. It was almost as fast as an assassin, eliminating a target and disappearing. What's wrong, Cyan? Is there something there? Nothing. I ascended the stairs without revealing anything. The chatter of dozens of students suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning towards me. Their expressions seemed to question why I was there. Ignoring those curious glances, I took my seat. It had been 2 months since I entered the academy. As I've said before, this place is just a fence to protect my current status. Despite some interesting incidents, I need to quietly continue my life here, avoiding any unwanted attention. I must gradually mend everything I should have but couldn't do before. I must continue to connect the faint links I have now. Then, it will all collapse on its own. It's like the cunning plan of a wicked little demon's child. Thinking about that moment, a smile unknowingly formed on my lips. Chapter 60, Link, Part 6. An unidentified faction was watching Cyan's back? Yes, all the scouts that were dispatched before have been dealt with by them. Ashel replied with a bewildered expression. And what's their identity? Unfortunately, we haven't been able to ascertain that yet. However, according to the only surviving scout, they felt more like well-trained assassins rather than simple knights. Upon my own observation, it seemed they maintained a certain boundary, but were quick to act if that boundary was crossed. Despite delivering a serious report, Kellen's tone was oddly nonchalant. So, for now, it seemed like I should report to Lord Ashel first. We've ceased all activities and returned immediately. I apologize for not bringing back as much information as you desired. The anxiety before leaving seemed to have vanished completely. It was as if he was seeing someone else. Thank you for your efforts. I need to think about this a bit. You may leave now. Yes. With bowed head, Kellen turned without any hesitation and headed towards the door. Ashel watched his departing figure intently. Kellen? Suddenly stopping him as he was about to open the door again, Ashel asked with a puzzled smile. I have a question to ask. Despite the intention to ask a question, Ashel remained silent for about 10 seconds. Eventually, it was Kellen who spoke first. May the blessing of Lumendal be with you. A somewhat unexpected farewell. However, seeing this, Ashel burst into laughter. Thank you for answering, Kellen. Please don't misunderstand. This is just a periodic ritual. You may leave now. Without a word, Kellen simply bowed his head and exited through the door. Alone in the room, Ashel sank into contemplation with a face that was neither unpleasant nor cheerful, but rather mysterious and unsettling. It wasn't long before a knock was heard. Come in. A maid with light brown hair opened the door and entered cautiously, her shoulders tensed. Master, the royal family's carriage has just arrived near Velia's? Ah, really? Then I must prepare and go out. Thank you for letting me know. They say there's nothing as captivating to a woman's heart as a charming smile on a handsome face. For a brief moment, her face turned red with excitement, her heart pounding. But then, in her uncontrolled emotions, her hand accidentally knocked over the flower vase that was standing nearby. Crash! The vase shattered with a loud noise. I am sorry, Master. I'll clean it up right away. The maid hurriedly began picking up the shards with trembling hands. Swish! Suddenly, as Ashel approached her hand, he uttered a spell. Restoration! The white light emitted from his hand enveloped the shards of glass in the maid's hand. The pieces seemed to fit together on their own, and before long, they had returned to their original state before being broken. In place of the stunned maid, Ashel carefully placed the vase back on the table. Are you hurt? He asked. What? No. I am fine, Master. Thank you for your concern. His kindness was palpable, almost as if it were as natural as breathing. The maid seemed to be lost in a trance, as if she had just seen the face of an angel. Ashel couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity with her face. Come to think of it, your face looks quite familiar. Your name, was it Emily? Why yes, I was serving the youngest master. Emily, the personal maid who had been in charge of Cyan until 2 months ago. Ashel smiled mysteriously, his expression unreadable. Well, no one has observed Cyan as closely as his personal maid, right? Would you be willing to serve as my personal maid this time? The joy on her face immediately turned to stone-like stiffness. Is he the youngest of Duke Vert? Yes. Although he's a newcomer, he's one of the few dark elemental users in the academy, almost exclusively at 92% darkness attribute. Regent's Rainriver, the head of the Magic Society of the Garam Kingdom, chuckled suddenly as he read the report. With a darkness attribute at 92%, you'd think he'd be almost divine if you just look at the numbers. According to the investigators, despite his noble status, he was assigned to the Royal Dormitory, Royal Crown, in the Academy. Since then, Emperor Dion's influence has been at play, and he's received considerable attention not only from the royal family, but also from the headmaster, Kundal Quasel. Seems like there's not a single normal individual among the children of that family. Regents found it intriguing, but tossed Cyan's report aside. So, what are you trying to say? That this boy, who couldn't even snap his fingers, is suspected of killing dragons? Is that what you're saying? He was indeed an exceptional being, but still just a boy. The notion of a prodigy like him being the culprit behind the deaths of master-level dragons was almost laughably worthless, not even fit for a novel. Regent's eyes were so sharp that they could have unleashed a deadly spell at any moment, and a bead of sweat trickled down the investigator's cheek. Well, of course, we can't judge Cyan solely based on this, but there's one thing. There was a crucial point of connection that couldn't be overlooked. A connection? At the time when Reynold Crimson, who supplied dragon's blood, was murdered, this boy Cyan was also on the front lines. Regent's pupils twitched for a moment. This boy was on the front lines too. Yes. Before enrolling in the academy, he had been living on the front lines with senior knights for about a year to accumulate experience. The problem is that the time he was there coincides with when Reynold Crimson was actively siphoning demonic creatures' blood and was murdered. There was practically nothing but coincidence here. There was no evidence that Cyan killed Reynold, but there was a rather uncomfortable connection that was pricking at Regent's mind, making it hard to dismiss. And this is just a rumor, but at the time when this boy Cyan was on the front lines, there's a story that he survived an encounter with a demonic dragon. A demonic dragon? Yes. We're still investigating the details, but the story we received is that during Emperor Dion's visit to the front lines with the fifth princess, the invasion of the demonic beasts happened, and after, Cyan, to protect the fifth princess, became bait and was kidnapped by the demonic dragon, but returned alive. Regent's expression, surprisingly, became dumbfounded. Then, for a moment, his lips curved into a smile. Ha ha ha, this is ridiculous. All I can do is laugh. So, he's gaining attention from the emperor and the headmaster for no reason. A friend who's already so popular at a young age. Regents burst into unusual laughter. Regents continued speaking as he picked up the draft report again. How many people do you think will be enrolled in the Royal Academy from our Kingdom of Garam within the next 2 years? Well, I'll have to check the exact count, but I think there will be around 200 people. Write it down. It was very unusual for him, who had not usually shown much interest in the academy, to mention the academy children were planning to enroll in. Select not only children from noble families, but all talented individuals from all over the kingdom. Status doesn't matter, whether they're a commoner or a lowlife. It's okay even for people who have fled from other countries. We will have to attract at least twice the number of people currently planned. B. But if that happens, won't there be a backlash from the royal family and other noble families? That is none of your concern. Each person has something to do in his or her position. There is no development for this country, despite what the golden bugs are saying. I'll make sure to convey that to His Majesty the King. I will uphold the orders of the society head. After the investigator left, Regents remained alone, staring blankly at the magic stone placed on the table. When his lips, which had been straight, curved into a smirk, the magic stone faintly shimmered with iridescent light. Has it been 2 years since graduating from the Royal Academy? You seem quite content here in your hometown, Ashel. Well, as they say, there's no place like home, isn't there? At least, it doesn't seem that way to me. This place is dull no matter when you come, but still better than the Imperial Palace, I suppose. Flowing silver hair and deep blue eyes, coupled with a dignified smile befitting the imperial family. Louis Nulsevelarus, the first prince of the Ushif Empire, was currently conversing with Ashel in the Velia's city center garden. Is His Majesty the Emperor doing all right? It's just periodic symptoms, nothing serious. It's just that the timing wasn't right this time. Well, for me, it's not bad since I get to see your face, isn't it? The prince replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea. Currently, Emperor Dion was bedridden due to a sudden aggravation of his heart disease, leaving Louisnel to handle solo diplomatic missions. While the emperor had often visited the front lines with the royal entourage before, it was the first time a prince, not the emperor, had gone alone. So, how long do you plan to stay idle in this remote place? Isn't it time to settle somewhere? It's quite a loss for the empire, not to mention the continent, to have a talented individual like you just idling away. There's still much to learn. I just want to learn more from my father's side for the sake of the empire and the family. Indeed, as straightforward as ever. Both you and I, we still need the shade of our parents. Just existing itself can be a threat, you know. The prince continued the conversation with Ashel, laughing heartily. Still no news from Alice. As soon as the prince mentioned Alice, Ashel's brow slightly furrowed. However, he didn't show it and replied with a gentle smile. It's really agonizing not knowing what she's up to. Occasionally, letters come saying not to worry, but as a family member, it's hard not to worry, isn't it? You're good at jokes, too. Do you think I don't know what's on your mind? Suddenly, the prince gestured with his finger to the knight who was waiting 10 meters away. After a moment, the approaching knight offered a bottle of liquor. You're similar to me. Despite feeling the need for family, especially siblings, you never fully trust them, because their very existence could be a threat, you see. You're speaking quite dangerously. What secrets could there be between you and me? Did you mention Cyan, your youngest brother? The prince casually signaled to a knight waiting 10 meters away. Shortly after, a nearby knight approached, offering a bottle of wine. You're quite like me, feeling the need for family, especially siblings, yet never fully trusting. Just their existence alone could be a threat. It's a risky thing to say. You didn't expect me to know your thoughts, did you? You mentioned Cyan, your youngest sibling. The prince poured himself a drink with an unaffected expression. It seems the royal father is quite interested. He even got allocated a royal court at this year's academy. It's not common for our royal father to directly intervene, is it? The prince was smiling, but his inner thoughts were different. It wasn't envy regarding Cyan itself. The reason Cyan was granted such privilege was because of a certain woman. At this rate, will we hear about an engagement in a few years? Who knows? As he raised his glass, the prince expressed his suppressed discomfort. Upon this, Ashel refilled his empty glass and said, "You never know, do you? Sometimes watering a plant just once can make it grow vigorously. It wouldn't be bad to build influence with the fifth princess." "I didn't expect you to say that." The prince responded unexpectedly. "Well, of course, it wasn't meant in a positive way given your personality. Are you telling me to use Princess Erin? Isn't it better than others saying it?" The prince laughed heartily and emptied his glass heavily, then Ashel filled it again. "Sure, it's better for me to say it first than others. But for now, the royal father needs to be convinced. He's probably still losing sleep over that girl, isn't he? Wrapping up such a useless shell of a child with anything. You have to see it as the privilege of the youngest." The mention of privilege made the prince lower his head. "Well, whatever. Ultimately, time will tell. With everything, including Quasel, on my side, what is there to fear? I'll just wait patiently for the right time." With another gesture towards the empty air, the young knight with a talkative face brought another bottle of liquor. Looking at the knight, Ashel asked with raised eyebrows, "Seems like there's been a change in the guardian knight?" "Oh, that's right. It's the gem I found on my recent visit to slums." The knight, placing down the bottle of liquor, said to Ashel with a bow, "Boris Ruchelheim?" Ashel stared at the knight's face for a moment. It didn't take long for him to speak again. "You found one of the highest-grade gems among gems, it seems." A mysterious smile appeared on Ashel's face as he looked at the knight. Chapter 61, Cyan Vert, Part 1. In the faint, distant dawn, a woman's dark blue hair, blending with the dim dawn light, gently swayed in the wind. "Are you leaving?" At the familiar voice coming from behind, the woman turned her head. A fist-sized spirit was sparkling with transparent light. "You're not here to see me off, are you? Don't misunderstand. I just happened to come out to enjoy the morning air and happened to stumble upon you." She knew it wasn't sincere. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "It's a pity, but I just left quietly, leaving only a letter. I couldn't afford to cause any more trouble." "Trouble? I don't think those kids would see it that way, would they?" Is she feeling ashamed in some strange place contrary to what she has shown so far? Do you think so? As if trying not to reveal the emotions buried inside, she forced a smile. Still, you've been taking care of a stranger for 2 years. I'll leave my memories here as unforgettable treasures. There might not be many memories to call good. If there are any good memories to take away, it's fortunate. The spirit's words seemed to contain an inexplicable melancholy. Are you going back to your hometown? Well, sort of, but before I go, there's a place I need to visit. Before I can leave, I have to meet the one who guided me here. I see. All right then, take care on your way back. Yes. Marion, stay healthy for a long, long time. At the wish for a long life, the spirit chuckled in disbelief. Being told to live long as a creature with lifespans surpassing that of humans by dozens of times, it felt strangely ambiguous about how to react. With her final farewell, the woman turned her body and soon disappeared beyond the rising horizon. The lonely spirit gazed intently at the point where she had departed for a while. It's truly regrettable. Gifted with innate talent, yet departing prematurely without fully realizing it. With a lingering sense of regret, the spirit's footsteps did not falter easily. In the end, perhaps it's better to die early than to live a painful and meaningless life. With only a little time left, try to live well once, Cyan Vert. But all the spirit could offer was meaningless sympathy. Turning away with those words, the spirit returned to the lightless forest. All that remained in the place where the spirit lingered was a faint sense of divine energy. I'll need to verify your identity. In front of the imposing castle gates, a long line was forming. When asked for identification for entry procedures, the woman pulled out a document from her pocket and presented it. A golden document with 3 intersecting swords, each different from the other. This symbolized the Vert ducal family, one of the prominent families of the xperrif Empire. In other words, possessing this proved one's affiliation with the Vert ducal family. The guards widened their eyes in surprise as they glanced at the woman who handed over the document. Ah, hair the color of a clean blue sea, pure silver irises without a hint of malice. Even a captivating figure that stimulates human primal desires. Seeing this, if there was someone who possessed this document, there was only one person in the world. Ah, Miss Cyan Vert, commonly known as the Child of the Gods. It was Cyan Vert, the second daughter of the Vert ducal family and a graduate of the Royal Academy. After graduating, you still have access rights, right? Regardless of age or gender, there was no one who wouldn't permit entry after seeing that smile. Since there were no particular issues, she completed the simple entry procedures and entered the city right away. It had been a visit after a whopping 3 years since graduation. With each step she took, all eyes turned to her. No one could resist the charming appearance reminiscent of a goddess, and no one could resist the strong scent of magic emanating from her body without breaking a sweat. However, whether she knew it or not, Alice proceeded with a calm expression along the golden road towards the academy. Following the path her body remembered, she arrived first at the top floor of the academy's main building, the principal's office. The principal, who was working on some documents, looked up at her with an indifferent gaze. Just 3 years indeed. Like welcoming an expected guest, Principal Kundal stood up from his seat to greet her. I was worried you might have been chased away, but I'm glad to see you. The girl who was once hailed as the child of the gods at 16 now, 3 years later, had grown into a woman so charming that calling her simply a goddess would not be an exaggeration. Alice sat down modestly with a gentle smile. So, how was your impression of exploring the continent for 3 years? To be honest, there wasn't much exploration of the continent. I stayed in Pruina for 2 years straight. The territory of the White Elves? The principal raised his eyebrows in surprise. It wouldn't have been a land where humans would be welcome, right? I thought it was the place where I could best contemplate the meaning of harmony that you mentioned, Principal. In a community full of distrust and rejection, how much light can my existence really shine? It wasn't easy. It took a whole year for them to truly accept us. The white land of Pruina in the northern part of the continent. The residents there, the White Elves, had lived in isolation from the outside world for centuries, and were a species that vehemently rejected human contact. Considering that one could easily become an outcast as soon as they set foot there, the fact that she resided there for 2 years and became so integrated as if she were a local, the principal thought to himself, could only be possible because she was truly her. "Do you remember, Principal, 3 years ago when I was about to graduate, you gave me some advice. Do you happen to recall?" There was no way he could forget. Initially, he didn't give advice to just anyone. Wherever you end up, the organization and groups you belong to will inevitably prosper. So, you should constantly think and ponder about where you truly belong. As she was hailed as the child of the gods and possessed divine talent, the principal had no doubt that wherever she ended up after graduation would become a central force on the continent. So, he made a suggestion to her. To take some time to organize her thoughts through a journey. There was no special favoritism involved. He simply guided his student towards a good life as an educator before becoming a principal. Alice readily accepted the principal's suggestion and, after spending 3 years, reappeared before him. There was a clearer resolve shining in her eyes than before. "Judging by those eyes, your determination seems solid." "Yes." The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the answer had been decided from the beginning. Alice's words were accompanied by a somewhat bittersweet emotion. The principal didn't rush her and patiently waited for her to speak first. "I'm going to join the Order of the Knights of Light." The principal's eyes furrowed slightly this time. The Order of the Knights of Light. According to the doctrine that worships the god of light, Lumendal, it was a high-ranking order of knights in the empire that pursued peace on the continent. Most of its members were elite knights who had reached the highest level as individuals. And under the command of Duke Vert, the continent's protector, they carried out crucial missions to defend the continent from demonic monsters. In truth, it wasn't a big surprise. Most people who knew Alice expected her to join the Order of the Knights of Light after graduation. At the age of 16, she had reached the 6th rank, a remarkable achievement. With a water attribute of 88%, her exceptional attribute value. Even the skilled swordsmanship instructors at the academy were easily defeated by her outstanding swordsmanship. Moreover, since her father was leading them, it was the optimal group where she could be most needed and yet demonstrate her abilities. The principal never truly wondered why Alice made such a choice. "So, you intend to continue your family's legacy." Continuing the lineage of the family by following her father, Duke Vert, to defend the continent. However, the principal didn't want her to join the Order of the Knights of Light. Explaining the reason was awkward. Was it affection for a cherished student, or the futile intuition of an old man? Somehow, the principal couldn't shake the feeling that if she joined the Order of the Knights of Light, it wouldn't end well. So he suggested the journey, hoping that her heart might change. "In the end, it's what my heart tells me. Someone has to shoulder this responsibility. Since I can do it and I can bear it, I should do it. At least, it's to ensure that the younger siblings here can enjoy a comfortable life." At the mention of siblings, Principal Kundal's expression subtly changed. "You said siblings?" "Yes, that's right. You know about Krantz and Cyan, don't you? Are they doing well without causing any trouble?" The principal couldn't easily give an answer. "Principal, what are your thoughts on your siblings?" He threw the question back instead. Alice answered hesitantly. Krantz has a bit of a mischievous side, but with the right guidance, he'll surely grow into a good man." She didn't question specifically about Krantz. "I'm not sure about Cyan yet, but he seems to have some inexplicable talent. So I think he's a child who has a lot to learn. It's just that he's a bit timid as a weakness. Why are you like that, Principal?" The principal's face was now noticeably stiff compared to before. Upon Alice's surprised expression, he maintained silence for almost 10 seconds before finally speaking up. "You seem to be misunderstanding something, Alice." "Yes. Do you think you know everything about your siblings?" Caught off guard by the abrupt change in atmosphere, Alice couldn't hide her confusion. What do you mean?" 3 years ago, I might have said something like this to you. I mentioned that there was one student whom I couldn't figure out among those who passed through my hands. Of course, that one wasn't Alice. But now, it's not just one, but two. Interestingly, both are individuals related to you. What are you talking about?" Knock, knock suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door interrupted them. Looking towards the door, the principal let out a small sigh before speaking. "That one person has just arrived." "Come in." Creak as the door opened, Alice's gaze naturally shifted in that direction. Thick black hair reminiscent of the twilight sky and sharp eyes. Similar in height to her, but slightly shorter, around 160 centimeters. However, his face had a distinctly youthful vibe. Though his appearance had changed somewhat, Alice immediately recognized who he was. Cyan, he was Cyan Vert, the youngest of the Vert family and Alice's brother. Chapter 62, Alice Vert, Part 2. July 2nd, 988 of the Celestial Era. I've lived my life without ever forgetting this day, from my previous life until now. No, perhaps it's more accurate to say I couldn't forget it. It was the day I last saw my sister Alice alive, with nothing but genuine affection towards me, without any malice or ulterior motives. Knock, knock with the intention of maintaining at least a minimum level of courtesy, I knocked on the door and waited for about 2 seconds. When no response came, I gently pushed open the door to the principal's office as if it were my own home. Creak. Was he scolding someone? Principal Kundle's forehead was creased as if he had been swearing. Standing in front of him, with eyes widened in surprise like a startled cat, was my sister Alice. Cyan? Without a moment's hesitation, my sister called out my name. That face, that smile. It was exactly the same as it was decades ago. Before I knew it, she had rushed over and started patting my head. What's going on here? Did you expect me to come? As if. I'm here for a private meeting with the principal. Of course, it was a lie. I had just come early knowing that my sister would be visiting the principal's office first. Was it just my imagination, or could I feel a slight sense of disapproval in the principal's gaze, as if questioning when I had requested the meeting? You've become a proper man since I last saw you. Soon you'll be towering over me, huh? If you step down from those high heels right now, it might be possible. Your crooked personality hasn't changed a bit, my sister said, pulling my cheeks firmly. 2 years had passed calmly, like flowing water. Just as she had returned after 2 years of living elsewhere, I too found myself here after 2 years of academy life. Surprising, isn't it? I thought for sure you'd be in Velia's for the break. Why are you still at the academy? A serene summer day with the warm rays of the sun bathing the earth. The students at the academy, welcoming the vacation, can be broadly divided into 2 groups. Those who return to their hometowns for rest. Those who stay at the academy to continue self-directed learning. The latter group is more compelled than chosen, as students who haven't met the academy's required grades during the semester often stay back to attend remedial classes. Of course, I'm not one to stick around for such tedious matters. Currently in my 3rd year at the academy, welcoming the vacation after completing the first semester, I've never once returned to my hometown, not even once in the past 2 years. Even if I go back, there's no one to welcome me, right? My sister scratched her face at my answer, which seemed to be obvious. With no one to welcome me back, it would be strange to make the long journey home. This wasn't any different from my past life. Despite having 12 vacations over 6 years, I had never returned home once. It wasn't just me who didn't go home. Krantz, that fellow, was the same. In fact, Lady Margaret, who adored him dearly, didn't even ask him to come home for the vacation, but instead urged him to travel across the empire and socialize with the nobles. Well, it didn't concern me in the slightest, so I had no need to bother with such things. While this Royal Academy may be different in many ways, it still caters well to the students' convenience, allowing dormitory living even during vacations. So I've been continuing the dormitory life, not much different from my past life, for the 3rd year now. Did you know your sister was coming? The commotion in the streets made it quite obvious. It was like a frenzy when the child of God returned. I casually brushed off the slightly skeptical question from the headmaster. Well, I wouldn't want to disrupt the heartwarming reunion of siblings. Just leave what you brought on the desk there and go out with your sister. My sister's gaze naturally fell on the bundle of papers in my hand. Without hesitation, I approached the headmaster's desk and placed it there. Even though you're a graduate, there's no one to stop you from staying, Alice. Stay as long as you want and return whenever you feel like it. We can arrange dormitory accommodations if you wish. Oh, thank you, headmaster. It seemed like the atmosphere had abruptly ended the conversation, but there seemed to be no need to worry about it. As I left towards the door, I subtly took hold of my sister's hand. Let's go, sis. Perhaps she was surprised by the unexpected physical contact, as my sister's face flushed red. The current situation felt somewhat unsettling to Alice. There was a mix of surprise at her younger brother, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, boldly taking her hand, but more notably, There was a distinct difference in the aura emanating from Cyan compared to before. Contrary to his youthful face, there was now a more mature aspect to him. Even a subtle hint of mana energy seemed to waft from him. Has he really grown this much in just 3 years? 1 year on the front lines, followed by 2 years at the academy. While 3 years wasn't a short time, she couldn't imagine herself growing to this extent despite being hailed as a genius. She couldn't help but sense an inexplicable sense of caution in his firm gaze. Is he still harboring the desire to uphold the family legacy? 3 years ago, when she returned to the mansion, she couldn't forget the sight of his determination to uphold the family's legacy. Contrary to what she initially thought was just a child's futile fantasy, his determination was genuine and intense. Despite her best efforts, she couldn't break his strong will, experiencing firsthand the depth of his resolve. However, Alice secretly hoped for a change of heart in Cyan. After all, as fickle as a feather, a person's heart can change at any moment. She didn't particularly want to urge him onto the challenging path of being a guardian of the continent. Instead, if he had something else he wanted to pursue, she wanted to support that wholeheartedly. It was a natural thing for an older sister to do for her younger brother. There was no need for hesitation. If she was curious, she could simply ask. With a bright smile, just as she was about to open his mouth to ask Cyan, an unexpected probing question stopped her in her tracks. Do you really have to join the Knights of Light? Her mouth was left agape at the unexpected question, unable to form a response. Cyan simply waited for her answer with an expressionless face. Her reaction was unexpectedly intriguing. It was the first time he had seen her so flustered that she couldn't speak. However, it didn't take long for an answer to emerge. Why are you asking such a question? When someone questions another's decision, the reason is simple. They don't want it to happen. I, too, asked that question because I didn't want my sister to join the Knights of Light. I'm jealous. But my words gave a different impression than what I truly felt. Well, isn't the Knights of Light the place where only the Empire's top knights gather? It's the prestigious order that everyone who wields a sword dreams of joining. Who wouldn't envy it? My sister burst into laughter all of a sudden. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? Isn't it enough that your little brother wishes the best for his sister? If her joining the Knights of Light seemed somewhat involuntary, it was a big mistake. Unlike me, my sister was inherently destined in life. She was born to use her natural talents for the family's sake, and she didn't deny it. She even desired it. The Knights of Light were undoubtedly the highest order of knights on the continent, and it was the highest place she could go. The feelings of serving the family or protecting the family were essentially secondary. She had always dreamed of serving in the Knights of Light, but I know better. In that place, my sister will meet her death. Alice Vert, who entered the Knights of Light with much fanfare, meets a tragic end before fully blossoming. This is the undeniable reality of our past lives. She willingly heads into the jaws of death, but will I stand by and watch? Seems like your resolve to uphold the family's honor hasn't changed, huh? Can't stop it at this point. You also dream of becoming a Knight of Light, don't you? As I've said before, maintaining the family's honor is no longer my concern. The Knights of Light? Even if they beckon me, I won't go. But for her, it was a lifelong dream, a wish, a duty. I have no intention of persuading her not to go with feeble words. I'll simply correct her path. If pests come to devour the flower just before it blooms, I'll catch them all and burn them. For the sake of such an amazing little brother, I have to pave the way well. But she, oblivious to all this, will likely find my words merely endearing. Now, I was on the verge of being as tall as her, yet she still treated me like a puppy, petting my head. Are you getting along well with Krantz? A momentary flicker passed through her eyes when she mentioned Krantz. Though it might seem like an ordinary question at first glance, it was anything but. She must have had a specific desire when asking, probably hoping he's doing well. I've only seen my sister furious once in my entire life. It was around the age of 8, before she entered the academy. Back then, as usual, I was getting a harsh beating from Krantz under the pretext of swordsmanship training. There was no one to help, and in the distance, Emily was stamping her feet alone, a pitiful sight. It was a familiar reality to me from my past life. My sister witnessed that scene. When she returned home for the holidays, she stumbled upon an unexpected scene of violence. At first, she thought it was just a squabble between young siblings. But she wasn't a fool. The sight of Krantz's face, unblemished and pristine, and my face on the brink of becoming a bloody mess. And when she saw the bystanders, seemingly indifferent as if it were a familiar occurrence, my sister quickly grasped the situation. It was truly a first. Her beautiful face contorted in anger, petals as if in bloom, and her calm mana surged like a storm. At that moment, I might have felt more fear than when facing a demon king. I can guarantee that if Krantz wasn't my brother, he would have been torn apart right there. No one could handle my sister's rage. Her fury was unmatched, questioning how anyone could stand by and watch this happen, whether this was the true face of the Vert family, protectors of the continent. How she vented her anger on the people. It's a memory that still vividly stands out. Honestly, I wasn't particularly pleased at that time. Apart from my sister standing up for me, it pained me deeply to see her, so pure and innocent, so angry and sad. I'd rather suffer more myself than see my sister like that again. Witnessing her in such a state was worse than death. That feeling hasn't changed to this day. For the past 3 years, I haven't crossed paths with Krantz once. Now, such an event is unlikely to occur again. But I didn't even want to imagine how my sister would react if she found out that Krantz and Lady Margaret had hired knights before my enrollment in the academy to assassinate me. However, I've been living almost like an outsider. Why? No matter how much we're siblings, I can't just laugh and joke around with someone who tried to kill me. In an instant, my sister's innocent pupils trembled greatly. What are you talking about? 2 years ago, on the day I left for the academy, Krantz and Lady Margaret instructed knights within our territory to assassinate me. The air around us suddenly grew cold. Chapter 63. Alice Vert, Part 3. In life, you often hear this saying, knowledge is power, or ignorance is bliss. Neither of these sayings is entirely wrong, but if you were to ask which one is more correct, it wouldn't be easy to judge. So, what if we try to find a good balance between the two? Here's how I'd define it. Not knowing can make you foolish, but knowing allows you to handle things. When my sister witnessed Krantz's assault, our household was turned upside down. Of course, it didn't last long. She soon had to return to the academy, and if I lost my only protector, I would once again be left alone. After that, Krantz tormented me even more persistently and cunningly, while those around us continued to watch without lifting a finger to help. Before leaving, my sister said, "If you ever have a hard time, talk to me anytime." But I didn't say a word about anything. I didn't want to see my sister angry or sad again. Not back then, not now. I didn't want to hide from reality under the guise of a woman's skirt. But as I mentioned earlier, not knowing makes you a fool, and without knowing, you can't handle whatever comes your way. I wished my sister understood. I wished she understood how pathetic and miserable it was to uphold the dignity of this family, even at the cost of one's own self. That's why I'm saying this now. My sister's right hand was trembling violently. She seemed ready to draw her sword and rush to Velia's at any moment. For now, I silently waited for her to speak up. Is what you just said true? I wouldn't joke about something like that. Then, how did you manage to survive and come this far? Just then, a man approached us and bowed his head immediately. Who are you? He was a young man, probably in his early 20s, with neatly groomed brown hair and innocent eyes. His name was Brian. I am Sir Brian Kendrick, a knight in service to Velia's. Currently, I am tasked with protecting Lord Cyan as his guardian knight, by his side at all times. A guardian knight? Brian explained the events of the past 3 years with unwavering precision. He had received a mission from the Duchess but judged it unfair, so he dismissed her and immediately became my guardian knight, escorting me safely to the academy. In essence, he attributed everything I had done to himself, as I had instructed him to do so. I can't understand. Why didn't you inform anyone else? There was no one to inform. Isn't our father always busy with matters on the front lines? Well, at least you should have told me. Honestly, this feels like the first time my sister has genuinely been angry with me. But you know what? I've never had anyone in my life get angry on my behalf like this. Usually, being scolded makes you feel down and worse, but strangely enough, I keep wanting to laugh. Even I think it's a bit perverted. I casually spoke while suppressing the emotions inside me. Just as you've traveled the continent for your own life for 3 years, I've also kept my mouth shut for the sake of my own life. The Duchess didn't take any further action after realizing her mistake, and Krantz, too, remained quiet knowing his fault. The fact that I'm telling you this now means it's all settled. How can you call this settled? My sister suddenly grabbed my shoulders and began to protest loudly. I met her tear-filled eyes without flinching. I'm sorry, Cyan. I promised to live for you, yet I didn't even know what you've been through. I kept talking, but my sister is smart and strong. By conveying these words, she quickly understands what she needs to do. I wanted to chat with you slowly and even visit your dorm, but it seems difficult now. I have somewhere urgent to go. Anywhere else might be fine, but there could be trouble there. If our adorable little troublemaker wakes up from his nap, it could be a disaster, I asked clumsily. Will you come back? Of course. Once again, she gently stroked my head, then this time, she wrapped her arms around me. You don't have to bear it all alone, Cyan. It's okay to say it's tough if it's tough. Her soft breath against my ear brought a sense of unparalleled tranquility. It was cozy, yet incredibly warm. I thought I'd never feel like this again. Returning to this feeling makes me truly grateful. Now, all that's left is to preserve this warmth. The day my sister's warm touch turns cold will never come as long as I'm alive and kicking. My fist, filled with determination, clenched tightly. Are you all right, my lord? Brian, who had been by my side after my sister left, asked with a worried tone. Why? I might be overstepping, but I'm concerned if I've caused unnecessary worry to Lady Alice. In fact, your mention of it was quite unexpected. I shrugged my shoulders and said, the human heart is like a swaying reed, yet sometimes it's as unyielding as a rock. People like my sister are especially like that. So, we need to be vigilant. We need to gradually realize that everything we've believed without question so far may actually be going wrong. Otherwise, we'll reach a point of no return and ultimately face ruin. If someone asks if it's from personal experience, I don't really want to answer. I just hope my disguised advice as counsel will help her cope well with what lies ahead. I'm sure she'll overcome it well. Anyway, it seems my sister's business is settled for now. My gaze shifted to Brian beside me. Why are you like this, my lord? You did quite well acting, didn't you? I thought you'd be trembling without saying a word. Brian scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Haha. I couldn't sleep at all last night and kept practicing. I'm not sure if Lady Alice actually accepted it, but still, compared to his immature self from 2 years ago, he has made significant progress. I guess he can be serious when he needs to be. Would my sister have lived hearing about being a child of the gods for no reason? Even if I fumble through half of a sentence, my sister understands it easily. Is that so? Well, that's a relief. I stared at the guy who was smiling smugly. Why are you blushing? What? Even a girl in love wouldn't blush this much. Well, this is the first time I've seen Lady Alice. And she's really as beautiful as the rumors say. Oh, please don't misunderstand, my lord. I never harbored any strange feelings. Strange feelings, huh? Well, you're a guy, so I guess that's understandable. I still think I haven't seen a beauty surpassing our sister. Why do I feel such a strong urge to punch this guy? I unconsciously looked at my clenched fist. It was a moment of deep contemplation whether to punch this guy in the head or not. After seeing off my sister, I headed back to the principal's office once again. As I opened the door after the knock, the principal, who seemed to have anticipated my arrival, gave me a knowing glance. It seems you've already checked. The principal was reading the white paper document I had handed over earlier. As always, I won't ask where you got this information from. I appreciate it. Instead, I'll ask something else. Do you really expect me to believe this? The glare he gave me was anything but friendly. If we summarize the document you provided, it goes something like this. Some high-ranking knights of the Order of the Light are connected to the royal family. The most prominent figure is Prince Louisnal Severus. They are planning to provoke the monsters in the frontline area soon, leading to a major conflict. And this timing coincides with the royal family's visit to the frontline. Even if I wrote a novel, it wouldn't be this absurd. If such an intriguing plot suddenly popped into my head, who would bother attending literature classes? Unfortunately, the words the principal spoke were not fiction, but cold, hard facts. Judging by the principal's expression, he still seemed somewhat skeptical. It's been over 10 years since I left my family, but that doesn't mean I turned a deaf ear. But the family and Louisnell were planning this without my knowledge. Honestly, I probably would have torn it up without a second thought if someone else had handed it to me. Although it seemed a bit inconsistent with his usual disregard for family honor, I decided to overlook it. After all, it's not like I'll be the one to confirm the truth, right? Yeah, that's right. My informants, even if you deceive me, will soon bring back some news to keep an eye on. Perhaps it's because of his experience, but he speaks quite bluntly. Is this related to your sister? Why do you think that? Experience isn't gained for nothing. Your dry eyes, which couldn't betray any emotions, trembled the moment they met Alice. It seemed futile to deny it. Frankly, it was a bit surprising. I thought you wouldn't care about anyone, let alone have any feelings for your family, but it seems you had strong blood. Well, come to think of it, there's no reason to hate that child. Among the countless students who passed through the academy, she was the only one I wanted to treat as my daughter. You're talking big trouble. He was serious. For a moment, I wondered if he had gone senile. But even so, that was crossing the line, Principal. The principal continued without batting an eye. So, by giving me this novel-like information, what do you expect from me? I'm not the kind of person to not expect something in return for an act of kindness. The principal knows this, which is why he keeps asking what I want in return, but I've already been receiving more than enough compensation. Isn't what you've already done enough? Ha, your careless school life, is that what you call enough? Careless. I thought I had quietly lived without much trouble, but hearing those words makes me feel strange again. I smiled and replied. As I mentioned before, there's no need to think too hard about it. Just consider it a gift for looking out for me. It's not a gift, it's a bribe. Well, I understand your intention, just don't come up with any other nonsense later. I couldn't help but chuckle at the word bribe. Indeed, you're someone whose thoughts are hard to read. Hearing that, suddenly one thought popped into my head. Should I ask once? I have one question to ask. What is it? A while ago, during your conversation with my sister, I heard that there was a student who couldn't be read through your hands. It was more of something I overheard than actively sought out. Yeah, that's the standard before you enter the academy, the principal said dismissively. Could you tell me who that person was? Why ask? Just plain curiosity. I was curious about the extent of his insight. The principal chuckled and then spoke up. Asking a question when you already know the answer, what's the point? There's no need to ask. It's that person in your mind. Indeed, our principal, as sure about others as one can be. Ironically, he can't see his own future. Chapter 64, To the Imperial Palace, Part 1. After the meeting with the principal, I headed straight to the dormitory. As expected, I'm the only one currently using the Royal Crown dormitory. That's because no royal family has enough time to stay at the academy, even during vacation. As I entered my room, cutting through the silent air, Brian greeted me. Master, these. He handed me 2 envelopes, presumably letters. Where did you get these? I asked about the sender of the letters first. One was received from the Academy's official recipient, and the other one was from a cleaner at the Royal Palace. Both asked for you to receive them directly. Holding the 2 envelopes in each hand, I compared them. One had a luxurious gold envelope with the crest of the Ushif Empire stamped in the middle. I could tell it was from the official recipient without even looking at the contents. The other was a plain white envelope. Below the seal was an inexplicable black X mark. This is probably the one received from the cleaner. Although I haven't checked the contents yet, if you ask which letter is more important. Without a doubt, it's the one from the cleaner. I decided to open the relatively less important gold envelope first. As soon as I read the contents, I furrowed my brows. What does it say, Master? If you're curious, read it. I handed him the paper nonchalantly. An invitation? Brian's eyes widened as he read the contents. Master, isn't this an invitation to a banquet sent from the Empire? A banquet? It's just a place where people put on fake smiles, laugh loudly, and drink alcohol like there's no tomorrow. To me, it was a boring place I wouldn't want to go even if ordered. But it's from the royal family, isn't it? Isn't this a direct invitation from the Empire to you? Thud suddenly, the invitation slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. As Brian looked around in surprise for a moment, Karam, who appeared out of nowhere, was sitting on the sofa, checking the invitation. A royal invitation. My master is making it big, huh? Well, it's not really for me to judge whether it's making it big or not. But naturally, not just anyone gets invited to a royal banquet. Only the empire's dignitaries, those considered important by the royal family, receive such invitations. So, Brian's suggestion that it might be a direct invitation from the empire isn't entirely unreasonable. Honestly, our family is often considered regular guests, but this is the first time my name is written directly like this on the invitation. Usually, it would come in my father, Duke Vert's name, but since my father can't attend, it's customary for my sister, Krantz, or one of his children to go. Cyan Vert. Your name being written directly means they want you, doesn't it? I saw it right away. It's highly unusual for them to specify an individual rather than the family. In the royal court, they're not inviting a member of the Vert family, but solely me, Cyan Vert. Honestly, it's absurd. Why would the royal family want me? I know I've been receiving attention from the emperor, but I haven't done anything particularly noteworthy in the past 2 years. So, what's the reason for sending me an invitation now? I pondered over the reason for a moment, chin in hand. Beside me, Karam was reading the contents of the invitation aloud. We cordially invite esteemed guests to our royal summer banquet. Sender, Aaron Sevelarus? I momentarily doubted my ears. What did you say? I quickly snatched the invitation back to double-check the contents. Sender, Aaron Sevelarus. As soon as I saw the unwelcome name written at the bottom of the invitation, an involuntary sigh escaped my lips. Ah, I see. There is no way the imperial family would send an invitation in my name, let alone anywhere else. Typically, the sender's name on a banquet invitation would be that of the host. So, for it to be a royal invitation, it should bear the name of either Emperor Dion Sevelarus or Empress Cassandra Nepelis. But the sender written on my invitation was none other than the fifth princess. I knew all too well what this meant. Ha ha ha! After being quiet for a while, the little princess sent something quite cheeky, didn't she? Karam laughed as if he had caught on to the situation. What do you mean, Karam? This is a personal invitation sent by that little princess to you alone. What do you think it means? It's like a love letter, asking you to come and see her all dressed up for the occasion. Isn't my master lucky? Getting a personal invitation from a princess of this empire. Well, I see. Congratulations, sir. Were they really scheming together to embarrass me? As Karam explained, this was not a royal invitation, but a personal invitation from the princess herself. Now that I think about it, she wrote it very meticulously with her own handwriting. What on earth is she thinking? Dragging me along to every class wasn't enough. Now she's trying to drag me to their parties too. I may not know what she's expecting, but one thing's for sure. Regardless of her intentions, my decision is firm. I'm not going. I tossed the invitation onto the desk with determination. There's no reason to go when it'll only be a hassle. Ignoring Karam's nagging, I opened the second envelope, which held the truly important letter. A letter written in an unknown script on a black background. The sender was Silica, the leader of the Black Mist. I deciphered the script in my mind as I read the letter. New target for starters, the leader isn't currently at the academy. She's elsewhere for personal business, and I don't know her exact location. Yet she sent word that Mist's new target is now Nepelis, a prominent figure in the Ushif Empire and the current Empress Consort, Cassandra Nepelis. In other words, the target is a member of that family. Though I haven't confirmed the name yet, the fact that the letter mentions the Nepelis family signifies they're targeting someone of considerable importance, different from their usual targets. Details will be heard. Directly, for now, is this where the written communication ends? Anyway, it seems I'll have to leave this place for a while. I've met my sister, and there's no reason to sit around in the academy any longer. Might as well go somewhere far from the palace. Suddenly, memories from my past life flashed through my mind. Empress, Marquis Nepelis, assassination. There seemed to be an important event associated with the words just mentioned. As I searched my memory, I checked the bottom of the letter for the location and date. July 14th, Imperial Capital, Palace Banquet. It seems this is connected once again. Though I haven't heard it directly from the head yet, the target is clear. The assassination of Drinian Nepelis, the emperor's brother-in-law, and Cassandra, the empress's brother. It was an event that caused a great shock throughout the continent, including the empire, in my past life. Back then, As a mere student, I was confined to the dormitory, swinging a wooden sword, so I had no direct involvement. To be directly involved in a mission that had quite an impact even in my past life, the irony was not lost on me. Whoosh, I conjured a small flame in my hand and burned the letter right there. Instead, I carefully picked the princess's hastily thrown invitation once again. Though it wasn't intentional, it would still provide a good excuse for me to go to the palace in my current status. There was no reason not to use it. But my gaze naturally drifted towards Brian and Karam, along with our little ones sleeping soundly in the room. What should I do with them? Karam could be tucked away in my arms, and Brian could be taken as a guardian knight, but Nana is the issue. Leaving her alone and something happening wouldn't be manageable at all. It's not like I can just lock her up in a cave and let her sleep for 2 weeks. Should I take her to the capital for now and then entrust her to other members of the Mist? Putting aside the actual mission, I found myself seriously pondering what to do with Nana, which made me lower my head in thought. Come to think of it, hasn't she been sleeping for quite a while? Hasn't it been time for Nana to wake up? When did she fall asleep? She usually sleeps around the same time, but it seems she woke up a bit late today. Let me check. Nana's routine is to take a nap for about 5 hours after lunch. However, it was already past 6 o'clock and the sun had set. Normally, she'd be nagging, "Papa, I'm hungry," even before dinner was ready, but today seems like she got lost in some dessert wonderland dream or something. Squeak, "Papa, I'm hungry." As soon as I thought the mention of her name would wake her up, Nana opened the door and stepped out. "Okay, I've prepared the meal, so hurry and wash your hands and come to the table. Me, Brian, Karam." Except for Nana, there are 6 pairs of eyes in the room, all intensely wavering. I bet these eyes are seriously questioning if they're seeing something wrong. Master over there. Why does Nana look like that now? Do you guys get it? I should have raised a dragon to know. Totally barefoot and in a state of utter chaos. It's not like she's not wearing clothes. Probably the clothes she had on got too small and slipped off. "Why are you looking like that, Papa?" She blinked her sleepy eyes and tilted her head. "Why are you staring so intently? Can't you look away?" Suddenly, Karam grabbed both mine and Brian's heads and forcefully lowered them. "Hey, little one, why did you come out barefoot?" I don't know either. I woke up and couldn't find any fitting clothes." Nana swayed her tail, which seemed to have doubled in size since last time, as she spoke. I knew her race grew fast, but is it okay for her to grow this quickly without any warning? I'm telling you this out of fear of misunderstanding, but Nana has shown remarkable growth over the past 2 years. She's now roughly equivalent to a 6-year-old human, growing day by day, then recently quieting down, and suddenly, just yesterday, the little one who barely reached my chest grew up to my chest overnight. Now she looked like a freshman girl just entering the academy. Nana blinked her bright eyes as if asking what the problem was. Chapter 65, To the Imperial Palace. Part 2. The kids' appetites seem to have grown along with their size, haven't they? I've already had to set the table 4 times. Yum, yum. With her height doubling, it seems her appetite has doubled as well. Should I call it a growth spurt? A phenomenon where growth occurs rapidly at a certain stage, rather than gradually over a long period. I'm not sure if pureblood dragons experience this, as I haven't observed it, but interpreting it that way seemed appropriate for now. Although I don't have any women's clothing, I did dress her in my uniform. Seeing her like that, she looks quite cute. It would be perfect to enroll her here just like that. "Brian?" "Yes, my lord. We'll probably head to the palace by tomorrow. Get ready for departure." "So, you're going after all." "Understood." Brian went outside to prepare for the journey. There will be much to do, including carriage maintenance and various other tasks. "What are you going to do with that little girl?" Karam asked, looking at me with a sullen expression. "Would you believe she's the new youngest member of the Vert family? Why not just say she's your daughter?" No good ideas come to mind, only empty words. It's impossible to carry her in my arms when she's grown so much. If she's disguised as a maid, she could pass. Of course, it was said in jest. With those horns, wings, and tail, who would see her as an ordinary human maid? If only she could hide them. I'm full." After finishing her meal, Nana happily patted her stomach. Flutter, in an instant, like a bird folding its wings, Nana's horns and wings vanished as if by magic. Both Karam and I looked at her suspiciously. "What's up, little one? Where did your horns and wings go?" "Oh, really?" As she stretched, her hidden horns and wings reappeared. "You can hide those." "Huh, seems like it. It just happened suddenly." Nana effortlessly moved her horns and wings as if it were natural. Was this also a result of her rapid growth? Despite being somewhat bizarre, it was an incredibly fortunate situation for us at the moment. "What about your tail? Can you hide that too?" "My tail? Let me try." With a determined look, she clenched her fists and concentrated. Swoosh, like a snake quickly slithering into a hole, her tail disappeared seamlessly. Seeing this, I immediately grabbed Nana's shoulder and said, "Nana? Yep, let's go out for a walk." Crash, with a loud noise, the door of the mansion burst open. It didn't just open, it seemed to have been smashed. Despite the senior knights being present, none of them moved. The navy blue hair fluttering in the lonely, cold wind. It was fierce enough to stimulate human instinctual fear, yet at the same time, it had a dual beauty to it. The knights exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. "Where's the lady of the house?" Some of the knights recoiled at the chilling tone. She's on this floor." Without hesitation, she strode into the mansion. After a while, she reached the second floor and without knocking, she opened the door to the lady of the house's room. Caught off guard, Lady Margaret Erzith revealed herself. Alice?" It was Alice Vert, the second daughter of the family, who had been elusive for 3 years. There was an inexplicable fierceness in her eyes. I don't know how long it's been. Where on earth have you been without any notice?" Margaret greeted her with an awkward smile, but Alice just stared at her without saying a word. Awkward silence filled the room with only the two of them. "You've been well, Mother?" Alice soon broke the silence with a bright smile. "I've missed you so much during my absence. It was unbearable, so I've prepared a little gift." "Oh, really? You could have just come back. Why bother with a gift?" While they were mother and daughter by relation, they weren't particularly close. Despite finding Alice's sudden warmth strange, Margaret couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation at the mention of a gift. Snap. A crisp sound echoed. A gift that Margaret couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams. One side of her face burned red, accompanied by a stinging sensation. Her pupils shook intensely in her bewilderment, while Alice's eyes, consumed by anger, were sharp and piercing. "And now what's the meaning of this, you mad girl?" Margaret, her hand clenched around her cheek, glared at Alice and shouted. "Mad me? The madness lies with you, Lady Margaret." "What?" Alice's tone showed a complete lack of respect towards her. "I don't understand you. As a pure noble, you probably never saw me and Cyan as anything but thorns in your side. Yet, I still tried to treat you as a mother. I tried to show at least some courtesy and respect. But now you pull this absurdity? What on earth did I do to deserve this? The absurdity lies with you right now." "You tried to kill Cyan," Alice erupted with pent-up emotions. Margaret was left speechless in an instant. What crime has that child committed? He's just a kid who could grow up fine if left alone. What's so wrong with him that you wanted him dead? Show me evidence. Do you have any evidence that I tried to kill Cyan?" Alice's eyes were resolute. "Brian Kendrick. He was Avelia's knight who, 2 years ago, received orders to assassinate Cyan, correct? And now, he's serving as Cyan's guardian knight." Margaret's hand trembled as if it were about to go mad. "Did you think you could just get away with it because Cyan didn't say anything? How have you had the audacity to live like this until now? Do you think Father would stay silent if he found out?" For a moment, Margaret, trembling with anxiety, stopped shaking. But then, with a sudden clarity, Margaret, who had been wavering, opened her eyes wide and said, "It's all because of you rootless rascals running amok. If those with uncertain origins inherit the noble lineage, they'll live like you. How dare you speak without knowing your place? From the start, Cyan was an unnecessary presence in this house." Thud. With a sound of distortion, Alice's hand headed towards Margaret's chest. Cough. Caught by the throat, Margaret was instantly dragged forward, her face meeting Alice's. "An unnecessary presence, you say? How amusing. Shall we settle this once and for all right here?" "Doubly, what are you saying? If we were to fight to the death here and now, I wonder how Father would react. Are you curious about whose side he would take, between you, the lady, and me, his daughter? Can you guarantee that the Duke would favor your words?" "Of course, I am undeniably the rightful one in this household." Alice's grip tightened even more. "Don't delude yourself, Duchess. You know better than anyone what this household is like. as long as they can maintain the family's legacy. Whether it's a daughter, a wife, or even a rootless son, it doesn't matter. Our father is that kind of person. Ugh! As the grip on her throat was released, Margaret, losing her balance, collapsed. Alice's eyes still brimmed with a crazed, murderous rage. I'm warning you, Duchess, don't you dare touch Cyan again. If anything happens to that child again, you won't just get slapped, but you'll receive an even greater gift next time. With a warning filled with sincerity, Alice left the room. Alone, Margaret couldn't bring herself to stand up easily. Ha! How dare these worthless beings? She repeated incomprehensible murmurs, not of defeat, but of unknown frustration. An unnecessary existence. They're all worthless in front of that child anyway. No matter how much they act up, they're nothing to that child. An eerie laughter filled the room. It was truly unsettling, as if listening to the whimper of a devil. After concluding her negotiations with the Duchess, Alice stepped out of the mansion, where she was approached by a female knight. Congratulations on your return, Lady Alice. A bit of an awkward situation to use the word congratulations. Alice responded nonchalantly. It's been a while since we last met. How have you been, Cecilia? I've been the same as always. Cecilia Leon, a senior knight of the Order of Light, was more than just a former maid who had once attended to Alice. I don't know if you anticipated this situation, but the Duke is currently looking for you, Lady Alice. My father. It was a rather early summons for her, considering she had just arrived at the estate. Although she was slightly surprised, there was no reason for her to be embarrassed. Alice replied with a confident gaze. All right, understood. Let's go, Cecilia. Cecilia promptly escorted Alice to the gate, accompanied by the knights who were waiting nearby. Despite crossing the boundary of the human realm, she had no hint of hesitation. Upon finally arriving at the rear camp barracks where Duke Vert resided, she took a deep breath to calm her nerves. Phew, Alice entered without hesitation. The Duke was busy with his duties, but a seat was prepared for her. Welcome, Alice. It's been a while, Duke. The atmosphere was somewhat stiff for two individuals meeting after several years. The somber atmosphere of the battlefield only added to the tension. Did your journey go well? Yes, it went smoothly. The journey itself was not the issue. It was what happened afterward that was troublesome. You seem quite angry for someone who just returned. You already know what I did at the mansion, don't you? The Duke responded with silence. I'll be straightforward about this. Duke, no, father. Even in a setting that wasn't private, she addressed him not as the Duke but as her father. That alone indicated how angry Alice was. Did you know about the Duchess's attempt to assassinate Cyan? The Duke maintained his silence. Alice knew all too well that his silence was an affirmation. How could you? No matter how important Continental Peace is, how could you let something like that happen to your own child? I have no excuses, Alice. The Duke's tone was cold and heavy. From the moment I took this position, I've always prioritized protecting the continent from the demons. You know that too, don't you? The way of the Vert family is like that. It felt like she couldn't speak, knowing all too well. The Duke continued. Why did I allow it to happen knowing about Cyan? There's no grand reason. It's simply because I knew that child wouldn't die from something like that. What do you mean? Why do you think that child was able to kill 6 knights and even make it to the academy alone? Because of a changed guardian knight? Do you really believe that? Even Alice, who had heard being called a genius as easily as eating, seemed to need some time to grasp her father's words as much as she does now. Are you saying, father, that Cyan killed all the assassins who tried to kill him with his own hands? The Duke's eyes were calm yet firm. Your brother may be much more remarkable than you think. But that child is still. Without saying more, the Duke handed her an envelope. It's an invitation from the royal family. As always, I can't go, so I'd like you to go. Go and clear your head a bit. Having finished his business, the Duke rose from his seat. Then I will return to the camp. Take care, Alice. It took less than 3 seconds for him to disappear after leaving his daughter behind. As Alice stood alone in the barracks, Cecilia approached her. I received permission from the Duke to take a break unintentionally. He asked me to stay by your side for a while, Alice. Alice looked at the invitation left by the Duke with a stern gaze. Cecilia? Yes, Lady Alice. Are there any other siblings attending this banquet besides me? Prince Ashel is attending, and there's talk that Princess Erin Sevelarus personally sent an invitation to the youngest prince. Princess Erin? She turned her head as if surprised, but then firmly closed her lips as if she had made a decision. Let's go to the palace, Cecilia. Chapter 66, To the Imperial Palace. Part 3, A tranquil sunlight filtering through drifting clouds in the blue sky, a forest lush with foliage and a clear flowing stream. Though it may seem like an utterly ordinary sight of nature, to someone, it could be a fascinating spectacle. Papa, look at that. It's so fascinating. Nana couldn't seem to take her eyes off the window. Well, it's understandable that she'd be excited. Despite occasional walks, this is the first time she's ventured out this far. Nana, do you remember what I told you? Of course, I'm Papa's attendant right now. I've learned from books how an attendant should behave towards their master. What kind of book did she read to learn that? Honestly, I was a bit worried that her intellect might not catch up with her physical growth, but it doesn't seem to be a big issue. Just looking at her sitting there, she's taking on the posture of a mature lady, not a cheeky child. She's always been smart like me, but now she seems more mature. Is this the joy of raising a child? Clatter, clatter, clatter. Suddenly, the carriage began to slow down. Brian leaned out of the window on the side where the carriage driver's seat was. What's going on? It seems like there's something ahead. As he spoke, an unfamiliar presence could be felt from the front. About 7 to 8 individuals, roughly. They were split evenly on both sides of the forest path. A band of robbers. It's a very common event to encounter when traveling through remote forests, carriages passing through, and bandits aiming for them. Normally, if it were a noble's carriage, there would be several guards surrounding the carriage, but right now, the only person beside me is Brian, who's driving the carriage. It would actually be foolish not to target such an unprotected honeypot. Screech Brian, who had finally stopped the carriage, got down from the horse and said, "I'll take care of this quickly. Young master." Then he smoothly drew his sword and stepped forward. I leaned back inside the carriage, waiting for the situation to resolve. "What's happening, Papa? It seems like we've encountered a little trouble. Brian will take care of it." Swish through the window, a ruthless sound of cutting could be heard. If someone heard it, they might think someone was slicing fruit. There were no loud screams, just the sound of bodies falling. "It's done, young master. We can continue our journey now." In less than a minute. Brian resumed his place at the driver's seat and started the carriage again. Peeking out the window, I could see the neatly cut bodies of the bandits scattered around. It wasn't just Nana who had grown rapidly in the past 2 years. Brian has now grown into a full-fledged guardian knight. Well, it would be strange if he worked so hard and didn't see any improvement. Starting from basic physical training to swordsmanship, martial arts, and even mastery of magic. He achieved a level of growth that couldn't be achieved even under any mentor's guidance in just 2 years. The dragon's blood he consumed back then played a significant role. It greatly enhanced his physical abilities in various aspects. By the way, Brian's magical attribute was wind. Being adept at swift and agile movement magic, it was suitable for swift assassinations, dispatching enemies in the blink of an eye. Now, he wouldn't be the one getting caught off guard and dragged away alone. How far had we traveled? At the point where the forest breaks, I felt the familiar presence of mist. Seeming to sense it too, Brian gradually slowed down the carriage. This time, I got off myself. A man with black hair wearing an eye patch. He was a member of the mist. He briefly bowed his head at me and handed me a small envelope. "It's a message from the leader." I immediately opened the envelope and checked the letter. "All right, I've checked it." After carefully inspecting it, I immediately burned the letter on the spot. The member of the mist bowed his head once again before promptly leaving. I, too, climbed back into the carriage to resume our journey to the royal castle. While gazing out of the window, a subtle smile formed on my lips out of the blue. "Papa, why are you smiling?" Nana asked with a curious look in her eyes. Oh, it's just because I'm looking forward to something." Nana tilted her head in incomprehension. They say anticipation arises when imagining something unfamiliar that one has never encountered before. That's exactly how I feel right now. I'm the only one from the mist attending the banquet and seeing the well-dressed leader. Isn't this incredibly exciting? Under the overcast sky, in a quiet space, a maid approached a woman who was reading alone in her room. "Madam Silica, it's been reported that the carriage of Cyan has entered the royal castle. Who are the companions? There's one knight and one young maid." At the mention of maid, she titled her head. A maid? Cyan wouldn't have a maid, would he? I heard she's a girl with pink hair, about 10 years old. Pink hair? Could it be Nana they brought along? It seems so for now. Well, leaving her alone at the academy would be worse than bringing her along. However, the term maid was a bit puzzling. The last time she saw Nana, she was clearly a little girl of about 6 years old, so the idea of her being about 10 didn't quite fit. But for now, she decided to overlook it. This is the list of attendees for this banquet. The maid handed her a list with several profiles written on it. Silica carefully examined the names written on the paper. One by one, they were influential figures from the empire and other countries. Then, as if there was a somewhat unexpected person, her brows furrowed slightly. Is the granddaughter of the head of the Magic Society, Regions, also coming? Yes, she's currently on her way to the Empire with members of the Garam Kingdom's Magic Society. That's surprising. They're sending this child from the society? She wasn't someone of great concern for the mission, but Silica didn't seem too pleased as she looked over the list. It seems like there will be more guests at this banquet than expected. If you don't have the opportunity, perhaps it's best to postpone the task for a while. Far more attendees than last year. This could undoubtedly be detrimental to the progress of the task. Well, there's no need to force ourselves into clearly risky situations. Let's just observe for now. There's still time until the banquet. Yes, Madam Silica. What's that? Silica's gaze suddenly fell on the maid's left hand. Oh, it's a letter about Drenian, but... The maid seemed hesitant, as if reluctant to hand it over. At this, Silica silently tapped her finger, and the maid had no choice but to reluctantly hand it over. Upon reading the contents, Silica immediately furrowed her brow. Drenian Nepalese, urging for a swift execution. At that moment, all thoughts of postponing the task vanished from Silica's mind. Reading the letter and clenching her fist, Silica's eyes revealed a strong determination to kill the target at this banquet, no matter what. Without hesitation, Silica burned the letter and spoke. Inform the members. Tell them to stay focused and prepare well until the day arrives. There will be no postponing. Yes, Madam Silica. Having delivered the message, the maid left. Silica, who had intended to focus on her reading once again, soon closed the book and gazed out of the window at the thick clouds outside. The sky had been unusually gloomy lately. It was as if it was a precursor to something significant, intensifying the somber atmosphere. Wow! They say when someone is too surprised, they can't even make a sound of admiration, and these kids were the perfect example of that. Is this really where people live? Brian was so astonished that he couldn't close his gaping mouth, inviting Bugs to enter. Well, when will you ever get the chance to stroll through the streets of the royal capital? It could be a once-in-a-lifetime moment, after all, so he wanted to savor it a bit more. Sevelinis, the capital of the Ushif Empire, the land where Emperor Rashtat Seveliris laid the foundation of the country. For over hundreds of years, it had been the first city responsible for the prosperity of the empire. While the magnificent and splendid view of the city might remind one of a divine realm, the reality was that just like any city thriving for a long time, it inevitably had its share of corruption. In other words, it wasn't all just a beautiful city. Thud. Ouch! Nana, who had been looking around the streets and moving here and there, suddenly bumped into someone and fell over. I'm sorry. As she hurriedly got up and bowed her head, the man she bumped into smiled kindly and said, "It's all right, little miss. Just be more careful from now on." Usually, in situations like this, it would lead to conflicts with harsh words and gestures, but this time, it just passed by with generosity. Wow, Papa, people here are so kind, they don't even look angry. I looked at Nana's bright smile. Well, not everyone is like that, I said as I ruffled Nana's hair. Looking at you now, no one would think you're just an ordinary maid. Everyone passing by glances at Nana's face. With a cute face like yours, you could charm the pants off most of the noble household's heirs. Maybe there won't be any discomfort if you attend the banquet instead of me. So, where should we go now, young master? There's still 2 days until the banquet, so there's no need to go to the castle just yet. Well, since we're hungry, let's grab some food first. We casually entered the fanciest restaurant nearby. Are you going to dine with us? Normally, they would ask. How many people? Perhaps he said this because my attire, while I appear to be the master, doesn't look particularly good. I nonchalantly pulled out my wallet and said, 3 people. Preferably somewhere secluded where there's no coming and going. The waiter was taken aback when he saw the wallet. "All right away, sir. Please come this way. There aren't many ways to change people's attitudes. You just need to show your status. It's a very natural law in this land where status determines everything." I told them to order whatever they wanted from the menu. Considering Nana's taste, they might end up ordering everything on the restaurant's menu anyway. While waiting for the food, I briefly pondered about the target. Drinian Nepalese, a member of the Nepalese Marquisate and the younger brother of the current empress. In other words, he's the emperor's brother-in-law. In this country, just that alone could wield a lot of power. He's in his late 30s, with children but no wife, essentially a widower. Above all, he had a notorious reputation among the nobles for indulging in dirty pleasures. He's a despicable philanderer who preys on married women, especially those with husbands and families, committing heinous sexual crimes that make him seem less than human, more like a vile creature. While he's someone who deserves to be killed, he's not an easy target to deal with. Given his position as the emperor's brother-in-law, the empress's authority makes it difficult to handle him easily. Actually killing him isn't the issue, it's the aftermath that's challenging. Given his status, if it's revealed that Mist is responsible for Drinian's death, it would eventually turn the organization into an enemy of the imperial family. This would not only diminish our activities, but also lead to a widespread manhunt for Mist across the empire. Perhaps the leader has pondered a lot about this cleansing operation, considering it's been one of the riskiest missions so far. However, the leader will never withdraw from the operation. I know the reason why. Choosing the day of the banquet, where many dignitaries gather, is also deliberate. Clatter footsteps echoed from around the corner, just when I thought it was the waiter bringing the food. Sensing an unusual mana energy, I quickly turned my head. It wasn't accompanied by any hostility. I didn't know who it was, but the energy itself felt extraordinary. A moment later, a strange girl dressed in a blue robe stood in front of our table. She was about the same height as Nana. She stared at my face with a stern gaze. "Are you Cyan Vert?" Chapter 67, To the Imperial Palace. Part 4. Nothing to boast about, but there was always a story I heard wherever I went. My face looks stern, always seems dark. I never quite understood why people said such things about my face, but looking at this girl in front of me, I felt like I might understand a bit of what those words meant. She had short ponytail hair with a refreshing sky blue color, and a face so cute that a father with a daughter would be scared to show it outside. Yet, even those with malicious intentions would stop and not run away in fear upon seeing her eyes. Her eyes were so dark, almost sinister, that I wondered how the others who had seen my eyes so far felt. Did they feel the same way? Do I know her? Not at all. She's a complete stranger I've never seen before in my life, passing by in this world. Despite that, this girl just called my name. That means she knows me, right? "Do you know me?" she said as she came to our secluded table, so I calmly asked back. "Yes, you're a third-year student at the Royal Academy. There's no way I wouldn't know someone famous from the academy." Her words were calm yet firm. Frankly, famous? Probably just for not attending classes, right? I didn't show any signs and replied. "Oh, well, famous, you say. Are you also a student at the academy?" "Yes, I'm a second year. My name is Luna." She's not a freshman if she's in the second year, so why did she omit her surname and just mention her name? Was there a need for that? "Sorry, I'm not the type to remember every underclassman's face." "It's okay. To be honest, I'm not in class very often because of my weak health." She was even kindly telling me a fact I didn't even ask about, so I felt a little bewildered. "Since you called me an underclassman, can I call you a senior? Senior Cyan." As she said that, she suddenly sat down in the empty seat. Is this being affable or just shameless? I'm not particularly concerned about honorifics, so I just let it go for now. Her eyes, as she sat down, turned to look at Nana and Brian. Her last name wasn't mentioned, so I don't know which family she's from, but since she's from the Royal Academy, she's likely to be from a noble family. Nana and Brian's shoulders suddenly stiffened. "Well, you seem to be like a maid and a guardian knight. Seems like you get along well, having a meal together in one place." "Well, sort of. There's no need to sit separately, right?" "True. Despite appearances, there seem to be quite a few of you." It was a bit confusing whether it was a compliment or a sarcasm, but seeing her eyes shimmering a bit, it didn't seem like an insult. "Excuse me." Two waiters approached to serve the prepared dishes. Since there were more than 10 plates, it took a while to serve them. Luna stared at the table full of food. "Are you going to eat all of this?" "WL, yes. My servants tend to eat a lot. It was actually food for Nana. I'll enjoy my meal, sir." Nana, as always, began to eat the prepared dishes with relish. The girl named Luna seemed quite intrigued by her eating habits, looking at Nana's dining mannerisms with a slightly uplifted gaze. Now that I looked closely, the robe she wore seemed oddly familiar. It was a shade of blue similar to the light emitted when manifesting mana. Though I hadn't seen the back of her robe yet, those who wore such elegant clothes were rare on this continent, restricted to one place. "You're from the Garam Kingdom's Magic Society, aren't you?" Luna replied with a dry expression. "Yes, that's right. How did you know?" "I just recognized it from the clothes you're wearing. Those mana robes aren't something you can wear just anywhere. You have sharp eyes." There was a hint of appreciation in her slightly raised eyebrows. "But from what I've heard, senior usually don't leave the academy even during vacation. What brings you here to the imperial capital?" For a moment, I wondered if it was appropriate for a stranger from another country to ask such a question. Actually, shouldn't I be the one asking? Although it felt strange, I decided to answer since she asked. "I received an invitation from the imperial family to attend a banquet. That's why I'm here." She unexpectedly nodded, her head tilting slightly. "That's surprising. I thought senior would be a loner who sticks to their room and wouldn't come to places like this. Still, I'm glad to see you here." "Why would that be a relief to you?" Just as I was about to ask, she pulled out a familiar-looking piece of paper from her pocket. "I was also invited to the royal banquet. To be honest, I really didn't want to come, but my grandfather insisted. It's fortunate to have senior here. If someone heard us, they'd think we'd been close seniors for about 10 years. I was considering explaining the dictionary definition of fortunate when suddenly, several people in blue robes appeared around the corner. They seemed to be her companions. Some of them, upon seeing my face, couldn't hide their frowns. "Sorry for interrupting your meal. Enjoy your food, and I hope to see you again at the banquet, Senior Cyan." She politely bowed her head and even bent her waist, unsure of how to react. I just waved my hand awkwardly. "What did you come here to say? Now that you're gone, I'll just ignore it and eat my food." As I reached for my spoon, her voice rang in my ears. "And my name is Luna Rainriver. Please remember it, Senior Cyan." With a meaningless smile, she said her full name and disappeared from my sight. My right hand, holding the spoon, stayed still in the air for a while. "Rainriver." After finishing the meal, I went to any nearby inn and got a room. When you go to the imperial capital, they'll probably provide guest rooms, but there's no need to be within their walls. I plan to go to the banquet as soon as possible. As I sat in the chair and looked out the window where the moon had risen, I couldn't help but be concerned about the girl I saw at dinner. The Garam Kingdom's Magic Society. A gathering of crazy people who wouldn't hesitate to conduct any research for the advancement of magic. The leader of those crazy people is the Rainriver family. Regent's Rainriver. He's a really crazy guy who doesn't hesitate to use even his family as experimental subjects depending on the situation. Luna Rainriver. When I heard her name without her surname, I didn't know who she was. I thought she might be the daughter or granddaughter of some influential person from the academy. But by chance, she is a direct descendant of the Rainriver family. Her grandfather who sent her must be the head of that society. Now that I think about it, I vaguely remember. A rare possessor with 5 attributes: fire, water, wind, light, and darkness, each at 20% without leaning towards any one side. In other words, it means being a remarkable talent possessing the power of all 5 attributes equally, rather than leaning towards anyone. Perhaps one could even say they are more valuable than someone like me, who leans heavily towards one attribute. It signifies a wide range of magic abilities one can wield. Of course, there's a limit to how much one can progress in any attribute. Nevertheless, possessing such extraordinary attributes and lineage, that girl wasn't in my memory. There's nothing special about it. She died early, before she could even bloom. It's likely that her frail health was indeed true. In fact, she died of illness before graduating from the academy. At the time, I didn't pay much attention, but I didn't know it was her. Anyway, it's none of my business. Whether she comes to the banquet or not, she can decide for herself. I'm not a senior who's so free to care for frail juniors. Suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar sensation brushed against my intuition. Rising from my seat, I prepared to leave. "Where are you going, sir?" Brian, who was exercising, asked me. "Just going for a drink. Keep an eye on Nana." Nana had long since drifted off to dreamland. I soon stepped outside the inn and headed down the dark alley where the moonlight hadn't reached. As I pushed through the chilly night air and moved forward, a man appeared not far away. "Long time no see, Master Cyan." It was Kellen Diego, a loyal servant of Ashel. "No need for long greetings, just tell me what's going on." Despite my stern response, Kellen spoke without hesitation. "In about 10 minutes from now, multiple infiltrators will converge around Master Cyan." "Who sent them?" "Master Ashel." I couldn't help but chuckle. If they know there are forces around me, wouldn't they hesitate? What's the point of sending them now? They seem to be taking advantage of the imperial capital. Just like us, Master Ashel's side also thought that you wouldn't engage in violence here. The significance of the starting ground is never small, even in places like Sevelinus. The royal family does not tolerate crime within Sevelinus. If there were any murders, they would be caught in the royal surveillance net, causing a lot of trouble. Are they using this as an opportunity to monitor me? Although I didn't think they had any ulterior motives, the timing was impeccable. "Okay, watch everything that needs to be watched and pass it on as is." "Understood. I'll observe everything and report accordingly." "All right." Acknowledging the instructions, Kellen bowed his head. However, he didn't turn away and kept his gaze on me. "Anything else?" Kellen asked with a somewhat cautious tone. "Is there any other reason for your attendance at this banquet?" If I were to explain it again, Kellen's personality is currently altered. His old personality, which sought to devote everything to Ashel, has fallen asleep, and the new personality I injected is taking over his body. So, the intention behind that question could be solely for my sake. But there's no need to disclose everything. "If there is," I replied with a concealed intention, "I suggest you hold off for now, whatever plans you have." "Why?" "I'm not sure of the specifics, but it seems there's some kind of scheme between the First Prince and Master Ashel at this banquet." "A scheme?" This was a matter that couldn't just be overlooked. "What's that about?" "Assassination." For a moment, I was dumbfounded and my pupils dilated. "Assassination? It's almost cute how interesting it is. Who's the target?" "Luna Rainriver." The name wasn't very familiar, but it wasn't entirely unknown. At this moment, all the cluttered thoughts in my mind were set aside, with just one dominating my head. Is this madness? Chapter 68, Banquet of Blood. Part 1. The Great Chamber, 3rd floor, western end room. Erin couldn't seem to take her eyes off the mirror, her face filled with nervous tension. Her silver hair was neatly swept down, her skin powdered evenly to a snowy white, and her lips enhanced with lily petals to bring out their natural color. It was evident that she had put extra effort into her appearance, different from usual, especially at such a young age of 13, a time of significant physical development and emerging interest in beauty. Despite the annual banquets, she had never paid such attention to her makeup before. It was as if she were trying hard to impress someone. "How do I look, Resimus? Do I look okay?" "You look beautiful, Your Highness. You're the most beautiful princess I've ever seen. You can stop now." "No, I want to look a little more." If she was going to keep looking, why did she even ask the question in the first place? Several hours had passed with the same situation repeating, causing sighs of pity from Erin's attendants, including Resimus. Naturally, this was the imperial palace where the imperial family resided. Despite that, why was Resimus by her side? It was simple. It was because Erin, the princess, wanted it. Their relationship was strictly one of master and servant. As long as Erin wished it, she could take Resimus anywhere. Initially, due to her commoner status, there were many within the palace who opposed her presence. However, no father ever refused his youngest daughter's earnest request. With the emperor's direct recognition and permission of their relationship, Resimus had been able to continue living in the palace with the princess. It can become harmful if it's too much, you know. Given Sir Cyan's temperament, he may not appreciate such extravagance. Erin Princess exclaimed in surprise, "W, what are you saying?" I'm not dressing up to impress Cyan. You should come up with a better excuse, Your Highness, especially after sending the invitation yourself. And no, I mean, well, it's just that. I didn't expect him to really come. Her face was already flushed with embarrassment, resembling that of a girl experiencing her first love. I just thought it was a pity that Cyan was staying at the academy even during the break. I wondered if he would ever experience such an event, that's all. The excuse sounded good, but Resimus didn't buy it. She had noticed Aaron's feelings for Cyan long ago. Seeing the princess fidgeting like this alone was pitiful. Knock knock, the sound of a knock came from the door. It was likely the guards in the corridor. However, Aaron continued to ignore them, focusing only on the mirror. A maid approached the door to check. Princess Aaron. Someone has come from Prince Louisnol? Her head snapped around for a moment. She blinked her startled eyes as if she thought she had misheard. FR from Prince Louisnol? Yes, it seems to be one of the prince's attendants. What shall we do? It was a strange and unfamiliar situation that had never occurred before. The first prince, who usually never paid attention, suddenly sending someone was unexpected. Aaron's eyes were wide with surprise. Please let them in. As she couldn't simply dismiss the prince's attendant, she decided to let them in for now. The attendant, upon entering the room and seeing Aaron, smiled brightly and spoke. Goodness, Princess Aaron. You are so beautiful, it's like seeing a young goddess. Anyone with a sense could tell it was flattery, and Aaron was no exception. Yeah, thanks for the compliment, but what's the matter? I've come to deliver this. The attendant handed a small jewelry box to Aaron on the table where she sat. Prince Louisnol wanted me to give this to you. He thinks it will suit you well, Princess Aaron. Prince Louisnol sent a gift. Yes, why don't you open it first? Aaron cautiously opened the golden jewelry box. As everyone saw the gift inside, they couldn't help but marvel. Wow! It was a magnificent pendant adorned with small jewels intricately arranged. A central gem, whether ruby or garnet in a vivid red color, captured everyone's attention. It's so beautiful. Can I really accept this? Of course, it seems like the jewels have found their owner. Why don't you try wearing it? Aaron followed her suggestion and put on the pendant. How does it look? Everyone in the room showered her with praise. It suits you perfectly, Your Highness. Surely Sir Cyan will admire it too. I guess so, but wait a minute. I'm not trying to impress Cyan. Aaron's face flushed red once again. The pendant she wore also glimmered with a red light. Inside the grand hall, the largest space within the palace, numerous nobles gathered under the dozens of chandeliers to enjoy the banquet. I decided to assess the people inside the hall first. There were about 60 attendees in total. The guard knights protecting them were about double that, around 120. Including the attendants and other staff, there were around 300 people present. Among them, around 10 members of MIST, including myself, had infiltrated. The rest would be waiting around the palace. I anticipated it, but it was still a difficult place to adapt to. The pretenses of each individual were stretched to their limit, with forced smiles and hidden agendas. It was an incredible art of concealment, comparable to MIST's secrecy techniques. You seem quite busy. Is there someone you're looking for? I'm not looking for anyone in particular. There are just many people I need to observe. Are you bothered by what that doll said? If I'm not bothered, then it's a lie. I don't think Kellen intentionally lied to me. Luna Rainriver's assassination. Trying to eliminate her amidst so many people watching. Is the first prince already preparing for war with the Garam Kingdom? This is definitely something unprecedented. Was it attempted and failed before, or is it a new attempt in this life due to changes in the situation? There are still many questions. I should probably confirm a little more. You shouldn't have such a grim expression at the banquet. At the familiar voice behind me, I immediately turned my head. Flowing crimson waves of hair. She was adorned in a fit crimson silk dress, accentuating her slender waist and ample bosom, portraying an alluring maturity that was quite evident. The dress suits you well, Instructor Silica, I complimented her with a smile. You seem quite ominous. Handle your gaze carefully. Otherwise, you'll be misunderstood, she remarked skillfully, swirling the wine glass in her hand and savoring its taste naturally. Karam let out a hollow laugh, seemingly uncomfortable with her presence. The leader, however, smiled as if to show off Karam's discomfort. Silica Negriti. She was both an academic instructor at the Royal Academy and the head of MIST. However, she held another title that had yet to be revealed. She was the daughter of the Negridi Viscount, a renowned scholarly lineage within the empire. While being part of the aristocracy, most of its members were dedicated scholars, recognized as prestigious knowledge holders across the continent. Essentially, she was a noblewoman but had chosen to attend the gathering under the guise of a guest like me. In essence, she was the most comfortable person in this gathering for me. However, there was no time for idle chatter like other nobles. Turning my gaze away, I whispered quietly to her, "Time is short, so I'll get straight to the point. This purification operation, I need it delayed a little." "Why?" Though the telepathy was somewhat abrupt, the leader responded without hesitation. "The First Prince's side is attempting to assassinate Luna Rainriver." Her pupils trembled ever so slightly. "Are you sure?" "Probability-wise, it's 50-50. I also have no definitive evidence yet, so I want to investigate further. Until then, please delay the purification operation." The leader responded without a moment's hesitation. "All right, but I can't delay it too much. You have only 1 hour from now. If you don't provide an answer by then, it'll be troublesome. Can you manage?" "That's enough. Don't push yourself too hard, Cyan. If you're really uneasy, we can postpone the purification operation altogether." "We can't afford that. Even for your sake, shouldn't Drenian be eliminated today?" "What do you mean by that? The engagement ceremony with Drenian Nepalis is coming up soon, isn't it?" Her forehead noticeably creased with surprise. "Where did you hear that? Shouldn't a disciple know their mentor's future?" I shrugged with a nonchalant smile. "Then, I'll see you in a little while, Instructor Silica." As I hastened to leave the spot, I could feel the fiery gaze of the leader. "I'll probably hear about this later." "Well, that's a problem for later. I'll deal with it later." As I left the hall and headed towards the corridor, Brian greeted me. "Where's Nana?" "She's in the guest room. She promised not to leave, so she should be fine." "I hope she keeps her word." "What did you see?" There was nothing suspicious. Apart from the hall where I was waiting, I didn't detect any unusual movement or life. With so many eyes here, they wouldn't go around declaring, "I'm going to kill someone," right? To be honest, I still can't believe it. An attempted assassination within the royal family. We saw her yesterday. Lower your voice. Many ears are listening. Brian quickly covered my mouth. "For now, I'll look around. If something happens, send a signal immediately. Try to keep it subtle." "Yes, underst." Step by step from around the corner of the corridor, I heard unfamiliar footsteps. At that, Brian and I immediately ceased our conversation. Light but solid footsteps. They didn't seem aristocratic, but rather like a maid hurrying along. We waited quietly for the owner of the footsteps to pass by. As soon as she saw the guardian knight accompanying the well-dressed noble, the maid quickly bowed her head without even looking at our faces. Judging by her attire not being that of a palace maid, she seemed to be someone's personal maid. As we silently waited for her to pass, the maid suddenly took a step back, halting in front of us once again. For about 2 seconds, we stared directly into each other's eyes, as if drawn by a familiar aura. Then, almost as if we had silently agreed, we blinked simultaneously. "You, Master?" It felt like my already complex thoughts were getting even more tangled. Why is she here in the palace, of all places? My only personal maid, with the same brazen gaze as 2 years ago. It was Emily. Chapter 69. Banquet of Blood, Part 2. "Wow, look at our young master, so tall. You look quite elegant all dressed up like this, don't you?" Her face seemed a bit more mature, but the familiar spiritedness was still there. After all, changes in the body don't necessarily mean changes in personality. "You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you. Have you become even more of a man in my absence?" She greeted me somewhat aggressively, as if trying to break the ice of the past 2 years. Brian's face as he watched this unfold was quite a sight. "Why didn't you contact me once in the past 2 years? Not even during the holidays. I was worried sick, thinking something had happened to you." Well, seeing her face after so long does bring a sense of joy. Her unchanged, cheerful personality didn't give any negative impressions. "Have you been cooped up indoors all this time? Or are you being bullied? That won't do. You need to live well for me to maintain my pride among the other maids." That's our Emily for you. Whenever there's a chance of developing some fondness, she quickly dismisses it. That's how she should behave as my maid. "So why are you here? Is that all you have to say after not seeing me for so long?" You may not know, but I'm quite well regarded as a maid in the mansion. I couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Sometimes you have to lie a bit. Huh, you don't believe me. Would you believe that Sir Ashel wanted to make me his personal maid? I raised an eyebrow and doubted my ears. Who wanted to do what now? Why would? Why? Because I'm obviously capable. Not only have I raised you as a fine young master, but I've also been a steadfast maid on the front lines. Who wouldn't want to take me? I didn't want to argue with her, but that couldn't be it. Unless there's some dirty scheme behind it, he wasn't the kind of person who would ask her to be her maid. So, are you here as his maid now? My voice felt strained, even though I tried to keep it restrained. Well, it's not easy. Of course not, Emily replied with a determined look. I refused right there on the spot. Sir Ashel may be handsome, but there's only one young master for me. I was unsure how to react for a moment, and my expression became somewhat ambiguous. What's with that expression? Did you think I'd be such a disloyal maid? I almost nodded my head. She raised me from the time I was a snotty child, spending a long time together, and even sharing life and death situations. Why did I naturally assume she would go over to Ashel? Suddenly, one side of my heart started feeling uneasy. So how did you end up here? When Sir Ashel came to the mansion, he brought me along. He even suggested I should see your face, you know. He's really a kind young master. It's a shame we couldn't see the palace. Why? For what reason? And he suggested you show me your face too. Why did he bring her here to see such a good sight? There's more than one suspicious thing about this. I silently stared at Emily's eyes. Pure, to the point of being foolish. Even if that guy is impressive in some aspects, he probably won't ask her to do anything. However, it's too risky to just let her go like this. Brian, yes, my lord. Take her to my room. Both of them blinked as if they misheard. What did you say, my lord? You stay in my room until the end of the party. I'll send you back when it's over. Her bewildered face was truly a sight to behold. What are you saying, my lord? Why suddenly? I'll show you around the palace when it's over. Her demeanor changed in an instant. Where should I go, my lord? Oh my, Princess Erin, you look absolutely stunning today. That pendant suits you so well. You've grown into such a fine lady. Princess Erin, finally entering the banquet hall after all preparations were complete, was as busy as any other member of the royal family, engaging in conversations with the attendees. However, even those interactions were merely formalities. Just when it seemed like she might ask about the well-being of others, they all soon moved on to other places. Nevertheless, she didn't feel disheartened. It was something she had experienced at every banquet. While other members of the royal family found their places and engaged in deep conversations, as time passed, Erin found herself alone, with no one to accompany her. Where is Cyan? Despite searching around, there was no sign of him anywhere. Despite hearing that he attended the banquet, his presence was nowhere to be seen. Why did he bother to come if he's not going to come to me first? Feeling upset, she even threw a little tantrum, but ultimately it was useless without the person in question. Wondering if he might be unwell and resting, she continued to look around with a hint of concern. Just when she was starting to look around for him, she noticed a girl of similar age in the distance. With innocent blue hair tied up in a cute style, she exuded a mature aura despite her youthful appearance. She also seemed to be looking for someone, and she kept looking around her. Then, all of a sudden, their eyes met. They looked at each other in fascination for a while. She took her first step and began to approach Erin. The girl placed one of her hands on her chest and slightly bowed her neck. Her calm demeanor seemed to remind Erin of someone. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Erin Sevelaris. Her polite greeting, coupled with her youthful appearance, gave off a sense of maturity. Her steady gaze seemed to evoke memories of someone else. I'm also glad to meet you. Your name is Luna Rainriver, right? She was not a stranger to Erin, a prodigious magic girl from the Garam Kingdom who enrolled in the academy a year ago. She was the granddaughter of the head of the Garam Magic Society, which stood alongside the Ushif Magic Society as one of the top magic societies on the continent. While Erin had heard many stories about her, this was the first time she had seen her face to face. You're very beautiful. Huh, oh, this pendant? It's a gift from my brother. No, princess. I mean, you look really beautiful, unlike when I saw you at the academy. It wasn't the usual formal compliment. It was a sincere praise hidden behind her dry eyes. Aaron felt her heavy heart lighten a bit. The two of them conversed quite well. From their experiences at the academy to their training in magic, and even shared concerns as girls. Since Resimus, it had been a long time since Aaron had met a peer with whom she felt so connected. "But what were you doing just now, Luna? I saw you wandering around a lot earlier." "I was looking for someone. They said they would come to this party, but I haven't seen them yet." "Really? I'm actually in the same situation." "Are we talking about someone close to us?" At the mention of someone close, Luna seemed to hesitate for a moment. "We're not particularly close, but we address each other as seniors and juniors." Seniors and juniors. "So they're a student from our academy? What's their name?" As she asked with genuine curiosity, Luna responded with innocent sincerity. "It's Senior Cyan." Aaron's face, which had been bright like a blooming flower, froze in place as she spoke. Did she mishear, or did she want to hear it wrong? She never expected to hear his name in this situation. She was taken aback, not so much by the name itself, but by the unexpectedness of hearing it. Senior Cyan, the great chamber of the palace, situated eastward, serves as the guest room area for nobles attending the banquet. Adjacent to it lies the westward annex, where the emperor's children, including Princess Aaron, reside. Essentially, the only area I can freely roam is this eastern annex. Upon initial inspection, the guest rooms appeared clean. The special room presumed to be Ashel's showed no distinctive energy, indicating it was an unrelated area. Consequently, I had no choice but to head to the most likely place. As the entrance to the western annex was blocked by knights, peaceful means of entry were impossible. Of course, this was within the bounds of peace. If the situation turned hostile, there was nowhere in this palace I couldn't reach. After all, I had thoroughly grasped the layout of the palace. I quietly raised my hand and tapped on the wall. Hollow. Instead of a solid sound, there was an echoing emptiness. Normal stone walls wouldn't produce such a sound. This meant there was a space inside. Shadow step, spatial transition. The mist spreading from my whole body enveloped my right hand and extended towards the wall. Swish, the wall undulated like waves. Without surprise, I moved my feet and slipped into the wall. A matte space devoid of light. Although the air felt slightly thin, it wasn't suffocating. What is this stuffy place? Although I don't think it was. It's a secret passage of the palace. It's a kind of escape route available to the emperor's children residing in the western annex. Starting from the rooms of the first prince to the fifth princess, each set of 5 rooms are interconnected and lead to one another through the eastern annex, connecting to the outside of the palace. It's designed to allow them to escape in case of emergencies. It's a space for the emperor's children. How does our master know? It was a question brimming with intent. Well, it can't be for a good reason. Though it was created explicitly for the royal family, ironically, I had found my way into this space. It wasn't for a particularly good reason. I chose not to delve into past memories, but instead slowly proceeded, uncovering only the necessary ones. As I ascended the dusty stairs, I sensed a presence at the end. If memory serves, that would be the first prince's room. Moreover, the energy felt wasn't just from one person. Without hesitation, I headed there. The moment I reached a certain distance, I halted in my tracks. Beyond the thin wall, about 10 meters ahead, through a thin gap, a bright light seeped out. I sensed it. Along with the crown prince, the familiar energy beside him. My fists clenched involuntarily, teeth gritted, blood rushing. Though not certain, I felt a conviction. Ashel was beyond that. I barely managed to calm the rising energy, trying to grasp the current situation. It was the peak of the banquet. The 2 main figures were in one room. Surrounding them was a transparent mana barrier, a surveillance barrier, to prevent their conversation from leaking out. In this state, no matter how hard I listened, I couldn't hear their conversation. I could dismantle the barrier with just a flick of my hand. It was that simple. However, the fear of being discovered by those suspicious ghosts was too great. They weren't fools to not notice their barrier disappearing. As I pondered if there was no other way, out of the blue, Karam's admiration came forth. "That's cute." The words weren't directed at me. They were clearly thrown towards the beings beyond the wall. "Can you hear them?" I asked. "Of course." "Did you think that a barrier like this could block my ears?" Karam replied, wearing an intriguing smile, eavesdropping on their conversation. I couldn't help but focus my gaze on her face, not the wall. Hey, master. Why? Would you like to see some blood tonight? Chapter 70, Banquet of Blood. Part 3. Emily and Brian arrived at Cyan's room. Emily couldn't hide her bewildered expression. Sir Knight? Yes, Miss Maid. 2 years ago, when Cyan left for the academy, they had been on good terms as a maid and a stable hand. Of course, the parties involved had no recollection of it. I don't understand the situation. Who is this little kid? The girl had sparkling eyes and cute lips forming a half-moon. On the other hand, Emily's demeanor, with heavy eyes and a tightened mouth, was quite contrasting. Emily thought for a moment. The girl seemed young, maybe around 10 or 11, similar in age to Cyan. But she was wearing maid attire similar to Emily's and was in Cyan's room. That meant, "Nice to meet you. I'm Nana, the maid serving Cyan Vert." Nana's voice was cute yet loud. "A maid?" Emily repeated incredulously, unable to believe it. "Leaving me and choosing this child to serve as a maid. Is the young master really insane?" As Emily kept talking, Brian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. How could someone speak so boldly without even blinking an eye? How strong must their connection with Cyan be to act like this? It was truly admirable. "Hey, Sir Knight, was it because of her that the young master didn't return even during the break?" Brian, innocent and straightforward, responded immediately, well, probably. Since Nana is young, she needs a lot of care. There have been times when the academy was empty for a while due to work, but in the long run... What? So he didn't come back because of this little kid. Wow, that's unbelievable. Some people reject proposals and stay loyal, but he brings in another maid instead when he comes back. Was the young lady also a maid to our master? Of course, I was the only exclusive maid to our young master. Wow, how long have you been together? I've known him since he was in diapers, so if we count from training, it's been well over 5 years. There's no one who's been with him as long as me. It felt like she was boasting about her life achievements. While she was talking and enjoying herself, Brian observed her and thought she seemed quite simple. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to give this to the young master." Nana's cheerful face suddenly froze. Emily pulled out a red butterfly tie. "Is this a tie?" "Yes, Ashel wanted the young master to wear it, so he asked me to pass it on." There was a red jewel embedded in the center of the butterfly tie. What should we do? Should I bring it to him now? Ah. The corridor was filled with a dizzying scream. In an instant, Nana's hidden ears perked up, but fortunately, Emily, who was startled by the sound, did not see it. Sniffing the faint scent of blood emanating from the scream, Nana's eyes sharpened instantly. The smell of a demonic beast. The banquet hall was adorned with an array of colorful flowers, each displaying its own beauty. However, among all the flowers, there was one that stood out as the most beautiful. Men and women alike were captivated, their faces flushing and their hearts pounding. Regardless of how one might describe it, the beauty was unparalleled, reminiscent of a goddess descending among them. It was Alice Vert, the daughter of Duke Vert, who was known as the Child of the Gods, finally revealing herself at the banquet. The goddess has descended. No one dared to approach her rashly, as she exuded a noble aura that seemed untouchable. While some cast envious glances her way, Alice paid no mind to such gazes and simply smiled gently as she moved through the hall. "Ah, Miss Alice, you've grown into such a fine lady, haven't you?" The pleasant voice reached Alice's ears, and she immediately turned her head. "Teacher Silica," Alice greeted Silica, who responded with a warm smile. "You truly are beautiful, teacher. How have you managed to hide and live like this all this time?" While it sounds like a compliment, why does it feel strange? How is it that you only become more beautiful as time goes on? No teacher dislikes a well-behaved and academically accomplished student, just as no student rejects a skilled and reputable teacher. Alice maintained good relationships with most of the academy's instructors, but among them, Silica was undoubtedly the closest. It was a joyous reunion between teacher and student, as the two women continued their conversation with laughter and smiles. "I never expected you, teacher, to attend the banquet. You usually don't enjoy such noisy places, right? How can people live according to their stubbornness alone? Sometimes you need to change the atmosphere to refresh yourself." "Well, if that's the case, you should get married. Even now, dozens of men would flock to you if you returned. How long can you just focus on your research without settling down?" At the mention of marriage, Silica's smile turned awkward. This feels like standing in a golden plain watching two beautiful flowers bloom, a thick voice that made one's skin crawl. Both women's gazes turned involuntarily. While Alice was taken aback, Silica's face froze coldly. Pleased to meet you, Miss Alice. I am Drenian Nepeles, the son of Lord Nepeles. With a crooked mustache and sinister eyes, Drenian's appearance was enough to make any woman feel repulsed. Alice struggled to maintain her composure as she accepted his greeting. I accidentally overheard your conversation. Miss Alice is correct. What Silica needs right now is a wonderful companion. Therefore, I intend to fulfill that role. Alice couldn't believe her ears for a moment. Well, what does that mean? Oh, you didn't know? Cydrenian's hand naturally went towards Silica. We are going to get engaged soon. Alice's hands trembled uncontrollably as she spoke her congratulations, unable to look at Silica's face, knowing full well of Drenian's vile intentions. That's quite unexpected. Congratulations? As she spoke, Alice couldn't bring herself to look at Silica. She knew all too well about Drenian's ugly sexual tastes. It seems the atmosphere of the banquet has become a bit loose. We should have some music that suits these two beautiful ladies. Excuse me for a moment. Alone, Drenian winked slyly and then left abruptly, leaving Alice and Silica bewildered. What? What just happened, teacher? How did it end up being Drenian? You know, Alice, it has nothing to do with my intentions. It was arranged by our families without my consent. Arranged by our families meant there was no choice but to comply. Despite being the daughter of a noble family, Silica was over 30, well beyond the typical age for marriage. While she was technically past the age of marriage, she could be considered an old bride. Drenian being over 40 and a widower, due to her background as the Empress's brother, he was an indispensable groom for Silica's family. However, Silica herself had no desire to marry. But this is unacceptable. Isn't there any other way? What power do I have? Unless someone kills that guy, it's hard to get away. You're saying frightening things. It was a half-serious, half-sinister joke. As their gloomy conversation paused, several men and women in black suits appeared in the hall, moving towards the center with musical instruments, presumably the performers. They all wore white masks, their faces concealed. As the setup completed, Drenian reappeared, drawing everyone's attention to the center stage. Then, in a voice that was difficult to hear, he began to explain why the musicians had appeared. It was roughly a praising of Silica's beauty. Alice felt nothing but pity. Her revered teacher was engaged to a man who seemed inhuman. She felt a strong urge to intervene by any means necessary. Swoosh. What? Anyone who had held a sword could not ignore the sound. It was the sound of a sharp blade slicing through flesh. Soon after, a chilling scream accompanied the sound of a body falling. Arg! Drenian's neck lay gruesomely on the ground. Above it was a sharp sword, dripping bright red blood. Masked figures with eerie weapons, not instruments, exuded a cruel aura as they faced terror-stricken people. What? What is happening? The banquet hall had turned into chaos in an instant. What is this noise? An attack by monsters? Emperor Dion, resting in his chamber, shouted in anger. Please, Your Majesty, stay calm. You must evacuate quickly. Leaving the enemies behind and fleeing was not in line with the Emperor's character. I will see with my own eyes. How dare such an unspeakable incident occur in my sacred palace? But in his excitement, his heart disease overwhelmed him, and he collapsed suddenly. What is happening? Why haven't you escorted His Majesty to safety? Appearing in the chamber was none other than the Crown Prince. Lewisnell, I will take responsibility for this incident. Please, Your Majesty. Escort His Majesty to safety? Though he wanted to say something, the pain in his heart blocked all means of communication. Amidst the chaos, Queen Cassandra rushed into the chamber. Drenian is dead. My brother is dead. What should we do? Lewisnell calmly placed his hand on the queen's shoulder and spoke. Please don't worry, Empress. Everything will end well. First, please evacuate to a safe place with His Majesty. A man approached the queen's side. Ashel, would you kindly escort His Majesty? A blonde man exuding an unusual aura. The queen felt her urgent emotions suddenly subside. Are you Ashel? I apologize for not introducing myself properly. Please come with me for now. The queen showed no signs of refusal. Her eyes, as deeply absorbed as if enchanted by a beautiful flower, seemed ready to follow him even to the depths of hell. Their eyes met, and the Crown Prince and Ashel exchanged an unknowable glance. Chapter 71, Banquet of Blood, Part 4. The banquet hall was thrown into chaos by the gang's attack. People scattered in all directions, rushing through the corridors to escape the hall. However, the thugs weren't just in the center. Maids, waiters, palace guards, even the guests attending the event. They blocked the entrance to the hall as if they had planned it. "What are you doing? Get out of the way," a nobleman shouted, finally drawing their attention. As they looked up, they were met with a white mask. They too indiscriminately attacked innocent people with their weapons. "Protect the princess." The guards from the royal palace immediately focused on ensuring Erin's safety in the hall. "You need to get away." "Princess," as the two girls who hadn't yet grasped the situation watched in horror, a massive red light erupted from the center of the hall occupied by the thugs. "What's that?" A summoning circle. It was a kind of magic circle that appeared when summoning magical creatures. The spreading red aura and rising vitality. As the masked figures surrounding it chanted unknown incantations, soon a gigantic summoned creature appeared within the summoning circle. Grrrr. Sharp forelegs, black fur, eyes glowing red, resembling a hellhound overall but much larger in size. It seemed artificially enlarged during the summoning process, but the problem was that it wasn't the only one. Shung demonic beasts consecutively summoned from the maintained summoning circle. The appearance of frontline demonic beasts within the palace was an unprecedented event in the Empire's history. Summoning circle demonic beasts? Even amidst this, Luna diligently observed the summoning process of the demonic beasts. The one who grabbed her hand was Eren. "Come on, Luna. It's dangerous to stay here." Under the protection of the knights thereafter, Eren's group hurriedly fled the hall. Kua! As if in response, the summoned creatures roared and swiftly chased after them to where they had fled. "Stop the monsters!" The once glittering banquet hall, now stained with blood, had turned into a gruesome scene of slaughter. The masked thugs weren't just in the hall. Continuously appearing as if tracking Eren and Luna's movements, each time their appearance dwindled the number of guard knights. "Hurry, take the princess to shelter." However, as if not willing to allow it easily, this time thugs burst through the ceiling and attacked Eren's group directly. Clang! They weren't easy opponents to deal with, and yet they weren't exactly a walk in the park either. Even the knights, who were tasked with protecting those in danger, found them to be extremely challenging adversaries. One moment they'd charge in with intent to kill, but the next, they'd retreat at the slightest hint of threat, making them quite difficult to handle. As Eren, who could only watch the situation unfold, her feelings couldn't help but be complicated. Where on earth did these thugs come from? Well, who knows, maybe they're not even human. While Eren was anxious, Luna managed to maintain a considerable calmness. "What do you mean, Luna?" "Everyone has their own amount of mana and strength, but those masked individuals all emit a consistent energy. It's as if they've copied the power of a single person." Grrrr. To make matters worse, a hellhound appeared from around the corner. "The summoned creature is here? We'll have to confirm that." Luna extended her hand forward, concentrating her mana. "Blaze forth, torrent of icy waters." As she chanted the spell, a surge of water shot out from Luna's hand, accompanied by a whirlwind. The fusion magic of water and wind, Aqua Blast. While not a high-level magic, it wasn't easy to wield either. The demanding precision required in combining two elements into one. The more intricate the process, the more powerful the magic became. Kua, the hellhound, hit head-on by the gust, was sent flying into the wall. However, whether due to insufficient power or not, it got back up, revealing its menacing fangs once again. "Oh no, looks like I didn't have enough strength." Cold sweat trickled down Luna's cheek. "Blaze forth, torrent of icy waters." Along with the same spell, another gust of wind blew from behind, but this time, the force of the water surge was much more violent than before. Thud, it wasn't just a simple bounce back. It was a force that shattered the wall upon impact. The hellhound, now completely knocked out, showed no sign of getting up again. Although it was the same spell, the level of power was on a completely different scale. For a moment, both girls were speechless as they watched. Then, a familiar voice was heard from behind. Are you two all right? Any injuries? It was Silica. Teacher Silica. Although they briefly cheered with joy, Aaron's gaze shifted to another woman standing nearby. Judging by the situation, she seemed to be the one who had just sent the hellhound flying with magic. There wasn't any particular reason for the shift in attention. She was just undeniably beautiful. First, let's assess the situation in front of us. Alice, I'll leave the princess to you. Yes, teacher. Upon hearing the name Alice, Aaron's heart sank. Alice, could it be Alice Vert? Then she's Cyan's sister? Upon closer inspection, her features bore a striking resemblance to Cyan. Both Luna and Aaron couldn't help but stare at her intently. Tremendous mana. I sense a similar aura to the senior. While looking at one woman, they couldn't help but think of a certain man, creating a somewhat subtle situation. Rip, Alice suddenly tore her dress boldly. I can't fight properly like this. Let's get going, everyone. But what about Teacher Silica? It's okay, Teacher Silica is incredibly strong, even more so than we think. With an air of assurance, she pushed the two girls forward. We'll escort you to the shelter. With that, the knights regrouped and headed towards the shelter with the princess. Left alone, Silica faced 5 thugs brandishing swords at her. She retrieved a small dagger hidden in her thigh without hesitation. Swish, for an assassin, hesitation is a luxury. Silica charged at the thugs in front of her and swiftly wielded her sword with unseen speed. It was like a mesmerizing dance of blades. However, those struck by her sword mercilessly poured out blood as they fell. It took less than 10 seconds to deal with the thugs in that area. Swoosh, approaching one of the thugs' bodies, she removed their mask. The face was so decomposed that it was hard to believe the person had been alive until recently. In essence, they were no different from a corpse that had been dead for quite some time. Silica immediately recognized their true identity. Marionette, also known as puppet dolls. This wasn't a command to resurrect the dead, but rather a spell that infused magic into a soulless corpse to manipulate it as the caster wished, literally controlling it like a doll. Once the mask was removed, the body soon dispersed into dust and disappeared. Leader? As the situation settled, some mist members who had infiltrated the palace rushed over to her. Silica issued immediate orders. Spread the word to all nearby members. Get out of this palace, if not this entire fortress, as soon as possible. Something unknown is happening here that Mist isn't aware of. Upon receiving the orders, the members quickly left their positions. What on earth could have prompted this? Eyes ablaze with determination and lips tightly sealed in anger. It wasn't just the loss of their comrade that angered her. It was the sheer enormity of what was happening, beyond even her ability to comprehend. Their frustration stemmed from feeling utterly powerless in this situation. Where are you, Cyan? She couldn't help but worry about her one missing disciple. The appearance of thugs and demonic beasts showed no signs of abating. Despite attempting to run blindly towards the underground shelter, they encountered barricades at every turn, making it impossible to get any closer. In the end, Aaron's group had no choice but to evacuate outside the building. They found themselves in the central garden of the palace, surrounded by sculptures. Deciding to hide in a pavilion surrounded by flowers, they sought refuge. The surroundings were so quiet that not even the sound of insects could be heard. We may have temporarily evaded them, but we can't let our guard down just yet. Observing the situation, Alice sighed and spoke. I wonder if they're particularly targeting us? Yeah, it's strange. They seem to be swarming towards us almost excessively. It's as if they're chasing after our scent. In response to Luna's inquiry, Alice affirmed positively. It definitely felt strange how they were being relentlessly pursued. It was akin to beasts catching the scent of prey and chasing after it. Aaron voiced her concern with an uneasy tone. Is it because of me then? She seemed to think that her status as a member of the royal family had put everyone in danger. We'll have to confirm that later, whether they're targeting the entire royal family or just the princess. Alice kindly patted Aaron's slightly gloomy shoulder. But wait, Alice, aren't you Cyan's sister? Oh yes, that's right. I didn't even properly introduce myself amidst all this chaos. I'm Alice Vert, the eldest daughter of the Vert family. Despite the urgent situation, Alice felt it necessary to grasp the hem of her skirt and offer a formal introduction. I heard you sent an invitation to my brother. It seems you're quite close with Cyan. Oh, that, It wasn't anything special. I just felt sorry for Cyan, who's stuck at the academy even during the holidays. So it was the princess who sent the invitation to my senior? Luna's inscrutable gaze only served to further fluster Aaron. What would he do if he came? He didn't even bother to show his face to me after coming all this way. Was it a sudden rush of resentment towards Cyan? Aaron's lips curled in frustration. Making someone wait for another woman, even if it's my brother, I should give him a piece of my mind later. If we get through this situation safely, of course. Of course, this was assuming they got through the current situation unscathed. As for what Cyan was doing, none of the three women had any idea. Rustle the familiar sound of swiftly parting foliage. The knights immediately went on high alert again. Over there, masked thugs emerged from the blossoming flower bed, dozens of them at a rough estimate. It wasn't a surprise attack. They seemed to be slowly closing in on Aaron's group from all sides, as if patiently cornering their prey. How did they all manage to sneak up on us? They hadn't even sensed a hint of their presence. The sudden appearance felt as if it came out of nowhere, from what was seemingly just an ordinary flower bed. In response, Alice swiftly gathered her mana within her body. With less than 10 enemies, it was practically impossible to protect the two girls against the thugs. Unable to wield her sword due to the uncomfortable attire, Alice believed that her only option in this situation was magic. Rumbling the surge of mana for casting high-level magic, she intended to draw upon all the mana she possessed. Alice? It seems like the flowers have withered quite a bit. I should water them a bit. Although with too much force, they might all fly away. Of course, after using this magic, she would lose all her energy and collapse. The rest would be up to the knights. Thud. Suddenly, a giant sculpture standing in one corner of the garden collapsed with a loud noise. As everyone's attention, including the thugs, momentarily shifted away, from the billowing dust, an unfamiliar figure rose into the sky. Splatter, an unknown entity, emitting black fog beneath the golden full moon. Dressed in a jet-black suit darker than the night sky, with an indistinguishable black mask. It felt completely different from the pure white masks worn by the thugs. Whoosh, what is this unstoppable force? For Alice, it was an unfamiliar aura she had never encountered before. With a purple dagger pulsating with bloody energy in hand, he charged straight towards the thugs. Chapter 72. Banquet of Blood, Part 5. Including Aaron as well as Alice, Luna, and the knights. Right now, they all shared the same thought. That masked man, at least, wasn't allied with these villains. The energy he exuded was noticeably different. Unlike the eerie feeling from the white-masked villains, who seemed devoid of humanity altogether. This person felt human, but somehow also gave off a strange sensation of being far superior to mere mortals. However, no one could discern his true identity. Splatter, a spectacular sword dance unfolded beneath the moonlight. Fluttering flower petals added to the spectacle, creating a mesmerizing scene. The masked man swiftly dispatched the villains surrounding him. At times, his speed was so fast that others couldn't keep up. Even as he engaged in direct combat, he seamlessly moved to the rear, navigating the space with ease. 2 minutes passed. It took only that long for dozens of villains to be completely obliterated. It was an unbelievable sight, accomplished by just one person, without any help or support from others. His gaze suddenly turned towards Aaron and her group. Meeting his gaze, Aaron felt as if all her senses had stopped, and her trembling legs couldn't seem to leave the ground. Don't come any closer." The knights stepped forward, swords raised, blocking the path to the princess. "Identify yourself immediately and explain your presence here. Otherwise, you'll be considered an enemy." Swish, before the knight could finish his sentence, the masked man disappeared from their sight. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew in. The knights realized too late that the masked man had already passed them. Alice and Luna also found themselves overtaken in an instant. His physical form ultimately arrived right in front of none other than Princess Aaron. They say when people are too shocked, they can't even speak. Aaron, in her confusion, took a step back, losing her balance as her steps tangled. "Ah!" As Aaron was about to fall helplessly, thunk the man's gentle touch supported her back. The faces of the two came naturally closer. Aaron's face flushed red, and the man raised his hand without hesitation. His hand aimed right at her chest. "What are you doing?" Erin, flustered, was about to struggle, but then something fell from her body. Plunk gems scattered and twinkled like falling raindrops. What the man caught was the pendant Erin had been wearing. Crack! The red gem that had captured everyone's attention shattered into pieces the moment it landed in his hand. The man simply tossed the remnants of the gem to the ground. "Princess!" The vigilant knights rushed over, concerned. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" There was no way she could have been injured. All the man in the mask had done was snatch the necklace hanging around her neck. Erin stood there in a daze, her face blank with astonishment. And what about that person? It felt as though she had just emerged from a brief illusion. A midsummer night's dream couldn't be this fleeting. The man in the mask had completely vanished from everyone's sight. "Ah!" Emily and Nana shouted as they dashed away desperately, screaming for their lives. Brian followed closely behind, ensuring their safety. "What on earth are those things? Why did they suddenly appear and attack us?" Just a few minutes ago, when screams were heard from the banquet hall, I went to see what was happening. Suddenly, the masked figures attacked Emily and others. With the entire palace in chaos, we had no choice but to trust our feet and flee. Do these people hold a grudge against us, Knight? Why else would they keep chasing after us, innocent as we are? Well, I'm not so sure. I don't think we've done anything particularly bad, but then again, maybe we have. Why is this knight so indecisive? Ugh, what was our lord thinking, bringing along such people? Emily vented her frustration while fleeing. Their frantic escape soon came to a halt as they encountered an impassable wall. A wall, trapped with no way out, Emily's face twisted in despair. Well, this might just be for the best. Instead of reaching for the longsword at his hip as if it were a good omen, Brian drew a dagger from his cloak. Though outnumbered 5-1, Brian showed no signs of faltering. In fact, he appeared quite confident. "Are you out of your mind, Sir Brian? How do you plan to handle so many on your own?" "Don't worry, miss. If I can't handle this much, how will I ever protect our lord in the future?" With a determined resolve, Brian charged forward. Utilizing his senses to the fullest while minimizing his movements was the most efficient theory he had learned over the past 2 years for subduing enemies. In essence, all it took to eliminate 5 foes was 5 strikes. Brian swiftly dispatched the masked adversaries with precise and efficient movements. Without a moment's hesitation, the enemies fell. Watching the scene unfold, Emily couldn't believe her eyes. Her naturally flushed cheeks were just an added bonus. "Are you hurt anywhere, miss? Is that what you want to say to me?" A completely different demeanor from just moments ago. The awkward scratching of the back was quite incongruous. "Grrr." A chilling sound sent shivers down Emily's spine, and Brian tightened his grip on his sword. Soon, heavy footsteps, not human but beastly, echoed around the corner. Emerging from the shadows was a massive hellhound, its sharp teeth poised towards Emily and her companions. This can't be happening. Why is there a hellhound inside the palace? With frontline experience, Emily couldn't help but panic, and Brian, faced with a supernatural entity for the first time, couldn't hide his tension. That's a demonic monster? Amidst the chaos, Nana, who had been sleeping, suddenly stepped forward. Nana, interrupting to ask what she was doing, could wait for a moment. Sniff, sniff. She suddenly started sniffing as if trying to catch a scent, her nose twitching. Sigh then, with an inexplicable smile, she seemed to savor the taste, resembling nothing less than a ravenous beast consumed by appetite. Soon, with a meaningful gaze, she muttered softly, "Looks delicious." Just as she revealed her grown white fangs and was about to pounce, crash, a nearby window shattered with a loud noise. Through the broken window, a man in a black mask. His identity remained a mystery for now. Thud. Krrr, sudden appearance of a stranger didn't faze the fearless little puppy, who barked bravely. "What's this?" Bam, as if annoyed, he simply kicked him out the window. Phew, with a deep sigh, he tossed away the mask. "Papa," the man behind the mask, sporting a rather disgruntled expression, turned out to be Cyan. "Why, young master?" Without waiting for a response to his call, Cyan simply slumped to the ground. Having been tirelessly wandering around the palace, the only thought that crossed my mind was how darn exhausting it all was. Oh, it's so tiring. Not so much physically drained, but mentally exhausted. I never imagined I'd end up burdened with such annoying tasks, where it feels like there's no escaping from these ominous thoughts. "Why, I mean, master. With a bright smile, Nana leaped into my arms. But didn't she just seem like she was about to approach the hellhound a moment ago? Must be my imagination, right? What are you doing now, master? Emily, who had rushed over at some point, immediately intervened between me and Nana. Are you really going to do something big? Where in the world is there a maid who embraces her master? I mean, why have another maid besides me? Are you really crazy, master? And how did you deal with the hellhound earlier? Where in the world is there a maid who asks her master if he is crazy? Right now, I couldn't afford to listen to her complaints. Enough. Emily, did you receive something from someone? Receive something? Oh, right, I forgot to give you something earlier. She pulled out a bow tie from her pocket. Before she could give it, I snatched it and crushed the jewel embedded in it. Crack the gem that was on the bow tie shattered into pieces. Without hesitation, I tossed it out the window. What are you doing, master? A shocked Emily grabbed me by the collar and shook me vigorously. That was a gift from Lord Ashel. What are you going to do if you ruin his present like that? It is because of this rock that you've been chased by the monsters all this time. Day's stone. It's one of those artifact stones that can contain human magic. It looks like just a flashy red gem on the surface, but in reality, having it is akin to committing suicide. The magic contained within the stone periodically emits a mesmerizing aura that can mesmerize other beings. In simple terms, just having it makes you a target for marionettes and monsters. So, whether it's the princess's side or their side, they've probably been quite harassed by those puppets until I arrived. Well, she's not someone who would understand even if I explained it, so it's probably better to just leave her alone. Brian? Yes, my lord. Go to my room and bring me a change of clothes. There should be a tuxedo similar to what I'm wearing now. Yes, understood. What? Why are you asking a guardian knight instead of a maid to do that? That's something a maid should do. What's with her again? Please, sir. It would be inconvenient if you bring it all wrinkled, so I'll accompany you. I don't know what to do in front of the true maid. Emily was asserting her pride in strange places. Oh, then I'll come along too. Nana also followed them, saying she would go. 3 of them are going just to get a piece of clothing. With Brian there, it shouldn't be a problem. Well, it's not like I'll be alone just because you guys are leaving. Meanwhile, Karam was leaning against the wall, silently watching me as I rested. Her strange gaze and smile made her look like a devil with a poker face. Why are you looking at me like that? Oh, it's nothing. I just wonder if it's okay to be so relaxed. From the tone of her words, it seemed more like she was enjoying it than worrying. All the marionettes in the palace have been dealt with. The summoned creatures too, and we destroyed all the day's stones you mentioned, so the remaining task will be handled by the palace knights. Destroyed all the day's stones? Do you really think so? Of course. You must have told me. Suddenly, I had a flash of realization. A chilling warning from the demonic sword, a sensation I hadn't felt in a while. That was definitely not a joke. One in the princess's pendant, and one in the butterfly necktie Emily was going to give me. Wasn't that it? There's no way I misheard. There were indeed day's stones at the 2 points she mentioned, and I destroyed them. That's how it should be, how it had to be. Why is Karam laughing right now? I never said there were 2, did I? Chapter 73, Banquet of Blood. Part 6. Humans are creatures who, once accustomed to familiarity, naturally become careless. I suppose I'm no exception. Perhaps I've been lulled into a false sense of security by the familiarity of being able to handle things thus far, forgetting her true nature for a moment. Karam is a demonic sword, not a benevolent, holy sword that aids its wielder in achieving noble goals, but a malevolent weapon with a tendency to lead its wielder into chaos and destruction, ultimately aiming to consume them. It never offers an easy path, but rather brings hardships upon its wielder. Due to the eavesdropping barrier, I couldn't hear the conversation between the prince and Ashel. Therefore, I had to take Karam's words at face value and act accordingly. From what she described, the prince's plan roughly goes like this. Using the forbidden summoning ritual called marionette, create a battalion of assassins, initially infiltrate as simple musicians, then initiate the operation with additional assassins planted in the banquet hall. Utilize summoned creatures similar to hellhounds to stir up chaos in the palace, and eliminate the predetermined targets using the day's stones placed in advance. It wasn't so much surprise as it was incredulity. If this is truly a plan concocted by the Crown Prince, who can be considered the next ruler of the empire, and Ashel, who is called the second guardian of the continent, would people believe it? The Days Stone is an artifact strictly prohibited not only for its use, but also for its creation by the Imperial Magic Society. Of course, not everyone is subject to this prohibition. If one has the means to cover up its usage, even if it's discovered, and if one holds the status that guarantees your identity to be hidden, then ultimately, instead of being prohibited, it becomes an available artifact. We should consider that our omnipotent first prince of the empire meets all these conditions. Setting aside all that, I couldn't help but wonder, why would Louisnel, the crown prince, and Ashel cause such chaos in the palace? Setting aside the turmoil in the palace, what could be the reason for giving us that stone and causing us such distress? Because they see us as a threat? It seems too abrupt for that. While there may be some doubts, I have not yet done anything to pose a definite threat to Ashel. There hasn't been any direct interaction with Prince Louisnel, and Princess Erin has done nothing significant other than diligently attending the academy. So, were they perhaps planning to use us as sacrificial pawns to concoct some other scheme? This seems quite plausible. The youngest of the royal family and the youngest of the ducal family. Although they may not have power or influence, they still hold titles of status. In other words, they're perfect for being used as an excuse to do something. If they were considering assassinating us amid the chaos and then shifting the blame onto someone else, it might be somewhat possible. But this is just speculation and not certain. In the end, it's difficult to ascertain their true intentions in the current situation. But I think I made a mistake. Looking back now, shouldn't I have first understood the intentions of the demonic sword by my side, rather than those of those guys? "What's the scheme, Karam?" I asked, raising my suspicions, and she laughed as if incredulous. "Pihu would think I gave you false information. I told you. They decided to pass the Days Stone not through themselves, but through my third party, who knows nothing. One to the young princess and one to you." "Right, that's correct." As it turned out, Princess Erin actually had the Days Stone in the pendant she wore around her neck. According to Karam's words, it was likely sent to her by the prince as a gift. Then what about me? Coincidentally, I didn't receive anything. Or rather, I hadn't received anything. The moment I heard those words, I knew exactly who was supposed to pass the Days Stone to me. It was undoubtedly Emily. However, not only did she not give me the Days Stone, she didn't give me anything at all. Was it intentional? In my opinion, she just forgot. Entering the palace for the first time in her life, she was so overwhelmed with wonder that she probably forgot to pass anything to me. It's typical of her to do something like that. Sure enough, hidden within Emily's pocket disguised as a butterfly bow tie was the Days Stone, and I immediately smashed it on the spot. If things had gone according to their plan, they would have blamed Emily. Did they expect me to hand it over while showing my face to them? Sure enough, it was clear from the beginning that they brought her with a specific purpose in mind. Although I didn't expect her to be such an immature and naive maid. Anyway, I didn't mishear Karam's words. If there's a problem, she wouldn't speak about it. Both the princess and I, relying on a third party who knows nothing for that stone. Wait, suddenly a thought pierced through my mind sharply. A third party? As mentioned earlier, the Days Stone is an artifact prohibited by law in the Empire, its creation itself being impossible. Even if the prince decided to use it, since its commercialization was banned long ago, there wouldn't be any of those stones within the Empire. So, what should I do? It's simple. I just need to obtain or receive it from where the stone is. It refers to the only group on this continent that still makes and uses the Days Stone without any hesitation. Those who have no constraints or restrictions when it comes to magic. The Garam Kingdom's Magic Society. It's nothing for them to make a couple of Days Stones. So, if there's someone related to them within the palace right now, there was only one person. Luna Rainriver. Our master seems to have finally caught on, huh? Karam was looking at me with an unbearable devilish smirk, not implying that she was the culprit. Kellen, who came to see me before the banquet, clearly said there was some kind of scheme being concocted by the prince and Ashel related to Luna. In other words, the target using the Days Stone wasn't just me and Princess Erin. Luna, she was also included in the targets. After the masked man in black eliminated all the villains, reinforcements from inside the palace arrived, bringing the situation to a close. Still, thank goodness, the only member of the royal family who couldn't make it to the shelter was Princess Erin, so His Majesty the Emperor was extremely worried. Is father all right? He experienced a brief illness and had a seizure during the escape, but he's currently resting safely. And what about teacher Silica? Ah, you're referring to the eldest daughter of the Negridi family. She's also unharmed. Upon hearing that Silica was safe, Alice let out a sigh of relief. While I can't exactly say it's fortunate, the casualties from this incident are surprisingly minimal. Alice asked, seemingly surprised. Is that so? Yes. Before the palace forces even reached the Great Chamber, the masked villains had vanished without a trace. They were likely created using a magic called marionette, so they could have disappeared over time, but from our investigation, most of them were injured and destroyed. This indicated that someone had intentionally dealt with the villains and summoned creatures. At this, a natural thought came to the minds of the three women. However, it's not yet time to relax completely. It would be wise for the princess to go to the shelter. We will take you there too, so would you please come with us? Yes, I will go with you. Erin readily agreed to the escort. The disturbance caused by the villains at an event where everyone should be happy. Even though the situation itself seemed to have ended, Erin and Alice couldn't shake off their unease. Who on earth, and for what reason, would carry out such an absurd act? Regardless of how things unfolded, thinking about the aftermath and how to handle the situation didn't seem smooth at all. Unlike the two women, Luna's gaze had been fixed on one thing since earlier. It was the broken pendant that had been around Erin's neck until recently. There was a faint sensation of mana coming from the red powder. Luna then pulled something out of her pocket. It was a lavish silver bracelet adorned with various jewels. What are you doing, Luna? We should be going now. Erin, who was approaching her, stopped momentarily. In the center of the bracelet was a red gem the size of an adult's fingernail, which was strikingly similar to the gem that had been in Erin's pendant. That, looks very similar to the one in my pendant. Where did you get it from? I, received it from an associate of the society who accompanied me to the palace. She had also received it from acquaintances who suggested she wear it to the event, but she felt it didn't suit her and simply kept it in her pocket. Since Luna had only seen Erin's face during their first meeting, she had no idea there was the same gem in the pendant. Luna realized that this was definitely not just an ordinary gem. As she began to sense the familiar magical energy she often encountered at the academy, she heard footsteps approaching through the flower garden. Without needing to be prompted, she lifted her head, and not far away, she saw a man urgently rushing towards them. Is that Senior Cyan? The man the two women had been searching for throughout the event. It was Cyan. He was sprinting towards them with all his might, as if trying to prevent a tragedy. His speed was so much faster than expected that the distance between them closed in an instant. Luna, watch out. Due to the somewhat flustered situation, Luna didn't properly hear Cyan's shouted words. What? Dodge? It was clearly a command to dodge. As she momentarily puzzled over why he was suddenly saying that, Luna soon felt danger looming behind her and turned her head. It was the white-masked villain who hadn't been dealt with yet. The villain raised a sinister sword as if about to strike Luna down at any moment. Instinctively, Luna tightly closed her eyes. Swoosh. Arg, the heavy weapon swung with tremendous speed, but what it sliced through was just empty air. It didn't hit anything. Hey, the villain grunted in frustration. Upon hearing someone else's groans, Luna cautiously raised her head. She could feel his fervent sweat and heat against her skin. Senior? As soon as Luna opened her eyes, she knew. Just before the villain's sword could strike, Cyan had leaped in to rescue her. Her body was securely held in Cyan's arms, protecting her from harm. Drip, a trickle of blood ran down his palm. Of course, it wasn't hers. Lifting her head slightly, she could clearly see a deep cut on Cyan's shoulder as if from the blade, vividly marked against his skin.